Recording in progress.
Welcome to the open session of the closed session so that we can hear public comments. So session is in order. May we have a roll call?
Yes, just a moment. Okay. Councilmember Bana. Absent at the moment. Councilmember Jimenez, absent. Oh. Okay. Councilmember, Vice Mayor McLaughlin. Here.
I'd like to announce that Councilmember Bana has arrived.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. So it's open session to hear public comments before closed session. The session is now open. Do we have any speakers?
We do not have any speakers, but I will go ahead and read the items
Thank you.
to be discussed during tonight's closed session. Item C1 is a conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time unit and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management unit and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Item C2 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Hilltop versus City of Richmond, and Winehaven Trust versus City of Richmond. Item C3 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 3 cases, and we do not have any speakers.
Okay, thank you. In that case, the open forum is closed, and we will recess to closed session. We are now beginning the regular session of the Richmond City Council meeting. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item.
Statement of conflict of interest, are there any?
I see none.
Okay. Next is agenda review.
Okay, I don't believe there's any movement on the agenda. Do I hear any from other members? No?
Okay.
No
Well,
movement.
I do have a correction to item P1A, acceptance of Brickyard Cove Road dedication pursuant to recorded infrastructure agreements. The dollar amount should be corrected where it says Boardwalk Marina that provide for there, it should be $300,000 instead of the amount listed on the agenda.
Okay,
And then also, my understanding, we will not be having the crime report from the police chief tonight.
okay, so,
I'll make
Yeah.
a motion to approve the consent calendar.
okay, a motion to approve. Do we have a
I
second?
seconded.
A motion by Cepeda, second by Bana.
Well, I'm sorry, that's later on in the agenda. Next is the report from the city attorney.
Want to get to the end?
Oh, no,
I like the way you're trying to speed up the process.
So,
but-
but we don't need to approve the changes?
Not until we get to the approval of the entire consent calendar, then I'll
Okay, all
restate
right.
the changes. We will now be moving to the report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Mayor, you know you can't win an argument with the city clerk.
Well, no, because taking the crime report from the police chief is not council item, it's an agenda item.
Okay,
No, I
sorry,
was just stating
making a
that
joke.
as far as the agenda review went, that there was not going to be a report tonight. I just
Okay.
wanted to let you know.
All right, and we don't need to vote on that, we just
Okay.
accept it.
Okay, right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on the closed session report, we had labor negotiations with the city's bargaining units. We gave a status report. There was no reportable action taken. With regards to the litigation matter listed, Hilltop versus City of Richmond, we gave a status report on that matter. There was no reportable action taken. With regards to the Whitehaven Trust, City of Richmond matter, we gave a status report. There was no reportable action taken. On the three cases of anticipated litigation, we gave a report on 2 items of anticipated litigation in terms of the status. There was no reportable action taken. We did not discuss the third matter.
Okay, thank you. Next item?
Next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please display the city manager PowerPoint? First, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I would like to remind the public that tomorrow we're having a special meeting of the City Council at 4 p.m. in the Richmond Auditorium in the Bermuda Room. The meeting is scheduled to take place beginning at 4 and to conclude by 7 p.m. If you have any additional, next slide, if you have any additional questions or would like information pertaining to the special meeting, it's available on the city clerk's website. And you can also call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Slide 4, please. We also have an upcoming food bank distribution. The next distribution date is on Thursday, September 28th from 12 to 1 p.m. at the Richmond Civic Center and Barrett parking lot. We have future dates for food distribution on October 12th and 26th, November 9th, and December 14th and 28th. If you would like additional information pertaining to the food bank distribution, you can email richmondparking@ci.richmond.ca.us. Slide 5, please. Also upcoming, and thanks to the transportation team for organizing National Drive Electric Vehicle and e-bike event, which is also scheduled to take place on September 28th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the Richmond Civic Center at 450 Civic Center Plaza. This is a great opportunity for people to learn about EV ownership and programs that offset the cost of EV vehicles as well as EV charging. For more information, you can contact the Transportation Division at 510-621-1718. Again, 510-621-1718. Next slide. There's also storytime strolls at regional parks that are taking place. We invite those that would like to attend, especially those with families and child-age infants through elementary school. On Thursday, September 28th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. This is organized and being led by our Richmond Public Library staff and Child Services Department. For more information, you can call 510-620-6557. And again, 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at Miller Knox Regional Park. Next slide. Upcoming, we have the Enough is Enough celebration that is taking place from 2 to 5 p.m. on Saturday, September 30th, also here at the Richmond Civic Center Plaza. You can see that we're making a concerted effort to activate our Civic Center Plaza, so I want to thank all of the staff and community-based organizations that are involved with this work, in particular Catherine Reif with the Latina Center and City Council office member staff that have been working to support organizing this event with community services staff. And next slide, it's the 15th Annual Spirit and Soul Festival. Everyone is invited to come out and attend on on Saturday, October 14th in downtown Richmond at 1401 McDonald Avenue from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, please email spiritsoulevents@gmail.com. This is going to commemorate 15 years of vibrant activity in our downtown area and marks Richmond Soul's remarkable 20th anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 123 reports.
Anyone? Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I want to announce two wonderful events. I know September 30th is a busy day, but I want to mention two events in particular. On September 30th, there will be a ground honoring for the Tiny House Village Farm and Garden at 175 23rd Street. Come celebrate Richmond's first tiny house village. The program will happen from 1 p.m. to 1:45, so I hope people will come out for that. Also on September 30th, there will be a memorial bench dedication for Carol Telchik, who passed on in early 2021. The event takes place at Point Melati Beach Park from 2 to 4. Carol was a former Richmond Planning Commissioner and a tireless advocate for preserving Point Melati. So we invite everyone to come to that event as well. And thank you to the City Council and the City of Richmond for purchasing and installing this bench with an inscription in memory of Carol at the Point Melati Beach Park.
Thank you. Anyone else? But Councilmember Melvin Willis, the great.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Public Works. Know there was a project on Esmond between 24th and 26th Street next to Wendell Park that I know residents were concerned about speeding. I know the speed bumps finally went up after the elongated process that Public Works has to go to and started to get positive feedback, and people are excited about it. Now the next project for that area is getting the lights turned on by Wendell Park, but just wanted to give appreciation for that work done and communicate the positive feedback I got from residents already from that area. So thank you, Public Works. And everybody in city staff who had anything to do with that, thank you.
Councilmember Bono?
Thank you. I also wanted to thank Public Works for helping with this upcoming free outdoor concert this Saturday, September 30th. And the City Council staff. So this is a great event. What they did, the Latina Center is established by survivors of domestic violence. It's run by survivors of domestic violence. And what they did, they put some survivors with artists, and they are performing a song. They are very much supported by other artists within the community, so it's going to be a great free outdoor concert here at the Civic Center Plaza, and I hope to see you all Saturday, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Want to announce that in Parchester, today they received a mobile solar charging arc with a dual-port electric vehicle charging station. This is a project that was made possible by funding from the Clean Mobility's Voucher Pilot Program and collaboration between Richmond Community Foundation and the Richmond Transportation Department to provide equal access to electric car share and electric vehicle charging. This is also a first step to creating a new multimodal transportation hub in Parchester. It's first of its kind in our city, and it's gone to Parchester to really try to help uplift that community. The other thing, Santa Fe Neighborhood Council is having their cleanup this Saturday. If you would like to help out, please come out. And also thanking Public Works for installing various crosswalks around our city, especially around schools, and putting up signs to slow down as you're crossing the intersection. So thank you so much for everyone who has done that and continues to do the great work of keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Can I have one more thing?
Let me, no, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to announce that residents in Greenbrier are the first in the city of Richmond to be officially known as Firewise. Greenbrier East are a Firewise community now. Thank you to everyone, especially Joyce, the Firewise coordinator. Residents in wildfire areas are making it safer for themselves and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, and everybody is giving Public Works, and I would like to thank Public Works, especially because they had an Deputy Director Robert Armijo, who has been working with PG&E to make sure that PG&E is accountable to us. The Wendell Park lights, according to PG&E, are going to be lighted tomorrow. So hopefully we can have that. Thank you, Councilmember Willis. Willis and myself have been bugging and really working with PG&E so they can really move the projects that we need. So thank you, Public Works. I want to also thank the community and Dean and Barre for the wonderful potluck that they organized last Saturday. We really enjoy, and these are the type of community events that we should be organizing and supporting. I am also announcing that next Saturday, September 30th, at Solano Playland, I am gathering I am inviting Richmond residents to come up to a traffic calming forum. And again, thank you to Daniel Chavarria, the Public Works Director, Joseph and Robert Armijo, who has been working to provide as much information to the community around this issue. So I hope that District 6 residents can join me next Saturday. Thank you.
And thank you. And I want to join the drum roll of appreciation for Public Works. They've done a fantastic job, and I'm sure that everyone up here appreciates what they've done. I have a couple of things. I want to announce that Myrtle Braxton had her 95th birthday. 96th. Oh, my goodness. So anyway, she looks younger than she is, so that's why I thought 95. I was being generous on the number of years that she spent on this earth. But it was a wonderful celebration, and the vice mayor was there, so everyone had a great time. On Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the League of Cities had their conference, and our council member Cepeda did a fantastic presentation on hate speech and how cities, how jurisdictions need to deal with hate speech. And in fact, that seemed to me, that seemed to be a focus on the League of Cities, because there were many sessions around hate speech, how to get along with people in a civil way. So Councilmember Cepeda did a fantastic job. I thank you for sharing your story, your information, your insights with the rest of leaders throughout California. Something else that I found out is that there's a lot of controversy over the boundaries between free speech and the ability of electeds to protect their constituents and the people that they work with from abuse. And I think the consensus is that abuse is not free speech. So that's something that will have to be discussed, and I'm sure that we'll find a way to make council meetings, all meetings, much more friendly, safer for people of all persuasions. So that's it. Next item.
Next item is open forum for public comment. And during open forum, public comment can also be made on reports of officers, the report from the city, and the report from the city manager. Tonight, we have 7 in-person speakers. Each speaker will be given up to 2 minutes. And as a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. If you are joining on Zoom and would like to speak under open forum, please raise your hand now. The speakers are Don Gosney, AJ Jelani, Mark Wasberg, Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, Deborah Garcia, and Jamin Purcell. Don Gosney.
Thank you very much. Last week's council meeting, during the part of the meeting dedicated to reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, there was an 8-minute presentation with invited speakers from the Public Bank East Bay. I know there were numerous viewers who were somewhat shocked at this presentation and photo shoot coming in the report of officers. Several of us immediately emailed the city attorney about this, but responses have yet to be seen. It wasn't the content that had people concerned. It was that this went well beyond a report from a member of the council and was unagendized. If the public had anything they might want to say about this, there was no provision for public comment, mostly because we were all caught totally off guard that this was even going to come up. From my understanding of the Brown Act, legislation that many of us work with at great lengths due to the many Brown Act bodies we work with, we know that the Brown Act body is forbidden from discussing items that have not been placed on the agenda to ensure that the public might be aware of it in advance and be allowed to comment. Something else that was somewhat troubling was that this group came into the well to take photos while the bank people were speaking, and then for group photos afterwards. As a member of the media, I am never allowed to photograph or video from inside the well or even past the pillars off to the side. But the message we all got that night was that if you're pals with some members of the council, special rules apply that the regular public and the media don't also get. Time and time again, the public and the media have expressed concerns with the city attorney with regards to procedural issues at council meetings, committee meetings, and task force meetings. We never seem to get a response. It's been mentioned that the city attorney doesn't really work for the people of Richmond, that they really work for the 7 members of the council. If this is the case, perhaps this can be clarified publicly so we, the people, can quit wasting our time hoping that the city attorney's office will stand up to help ensure that the rules and laws that have been put in place to protect us will actually be enforced. Aside from alleged Brown Act violations, there are also public records requests that go unresolved for years, and even allegations of harassment that go unanswered. If the council cannot police themselves, and we can't count on the city attorney's office, must we turn to outside bodies such as the grand jury and the media? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is AJ Jelani.
Don't start yet. Everybody in place? All right, here we go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of city government. I am A.J. Jelani, Richmond's favorite son, and the president of Belden Woods Neighborhood Council, Richmond, California. We are here tonight to thank the city of Richmond for their continued outreach to the community in solving problems of the city and through its hiring practices. You have allowed dialogue between police and the Belden Woods community, so we choose to honor Lieutenant Ernest Lucas of the Richmond PD with this plaque which reads, Award of Appreciation, to be presented to the City of Richmond for Lieutenant Ernest Lucas. In recognition of your outstanding community service to the Belden Woods Neighborhood Council and residents, we would like to thank you for your participation in our monthly meetings. Your input provided important information and stats for our neighborhood. And you also answered the many questions that council members inquired about during our meeting over the last 2 years. We are forever grateful to you for your service. Thanks for a job well done. Belden Woods Neighborhood Council, Richmond, California, September 26, 2023. We would like to take a picture with the mayor and with our district representative right here, and also the city manager. Would you please come and take a picture with us?
Yes, yes, we can do that.
Yeah, we're going to face around.
Get the whole council.
We need somebody to take a picture.
You want me to hold it?
Yes, I want you to hold that.
That worked out good last
I can take your picture.
If you please, could you do it inside the well so that the other council members?
Yes, you have. You would like to.
The mayor's
Sure, come on, follow me.
shepherding that along. All right. Okay, we gotta stand up because we won't be seen. Oh, yeah, so Helen needs to be involved too.
Right. That's okay. Yeah, that's.
Can you see your council?
Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3.
Got it?
All right, we got us all in.
We appreciate you guys.
Thank you all.
Good hiring practice.
The next speaker is Mark Wasper. Not nice stuff. This is really nice. I like this too. A little peachy.
So people are blaming the cops for everything, but it's the criminals that make it happen. It's their own fault for doing what they're doing. You take these high-profile cases like Michael Brown, Floyd, Brooks, Blank. All these people caused a conflict for the cops to come. It was their own fault for doing what they did. Then they go around and turn around and blaming the cops. Well, you know darn well the cops are going to come if there's a crime committed. But the problem is you don't be a criminal. You won't have to worry about the cops coming. All you have to do is be a law-abiding citizen, and that's so hard to do. For some people, that's real hard because some people just like to be criminals. And when they get their butt kicked or die in jail, and now their parents are crying, oh, look what they did. But it was his own fault for doing it. Some people even committed suicide by cop. they're stupid enough to sit there, go in front of him to draw a gun, we're sure the cop's going to shoot him and kill him. You even attempt to even pull a gun or a weapon, you're dead. Because the cops are not going to use their weapons on them. But in Petey's case, Petey was shot in cold blood. I seen that video. It was the most horrible thing I seen. I mean, I filmed a lot of dead bodies here in Richmond. I was filming the violence. But seeing somebody getting shot and staggering to the store and dying, I don't see how any parent could sit there and it must, words can't even explain it. I mean, I showed my friend, and he looked at that, he goes, hey, if that was my son, that couple would not be alive. I mean, you know, but like I say, you don't go out and do these things. I was arrested 3 times. I didn't cry about going out to Martinez, being booked and being shipped down to West County. But the bottom line is, don't be a criminal.
Your time. Thank you. The next speaker is Rick Perez.
Why do I always got to follow him? But I appreciate his last part of his statements. I appreciate that much. The first part, it did enrage me a little bit. Okay, back to what I wanted to say. I appreciate everything that City Council has done for us. I know I said it last week. One of the issues I wanted to address today was Bisa and the chief and the training they're going to open up on with Petey's name in it and stuff. She mentioned it was going to be for new recruits, and that's I would request that it was done with command staff as well. Command staff is what the new recruits follow. It needs to be known, and it was suggested to me by another one of your fellow police officers here in the city of Richmond that this needs to go to post, to the police training. I don't know what the acronym is for post, but you know what I mean. And you know, it's like the same thing I've said before about Lexipol, how they train the detectives to find that golden statement from the families in order to make themselves look good and stuff, which that's not the kind of police force Richmond needs. That's not the police force anyone needs. So we need, okay, I would request that this is expanded way bigger than just recruits. It needs to be known to everybody. Even Mark was smart enough to see that this was wrong. So thank you, Mark. Thank you guys as well.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patricia Perez.
Everything that all you guys have been working on and getting done is nothing less than great. But the former Richmond police officer has never been indicted and put on trial for killing age 24 Petey Perez, and that is disturbing. Petey had no type of a weapon, and Wallace Jensen knew Petey had no weapon because he had searched him himself a few minutes before he shot Petey to death for no reason. 9 years have passed, and Jensen has been enjoying his life as if nothing happened. Our DA refuses to bring charges against Jensen because she says no jury of 12 would find Jensen guilty. In a fair trial where all the evidence is presented, that evidence would prove Jensen's guilt. And it would refute Jensen's alibi, which is he claimed that Petey tried to get Jensen's gun. Zero DNA belonging to Petey has been found on the holster belt, or the gun, or anywhere. And Jensen simply decided that Petey's life was expendable, so he shot Petey to death for zero reason. As long as Wallace Jensen walks a free man with zero accountability, there is no peace. He has not shown any remorse at all for what he did. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Garcia.
I live on 2929 Howard Street in Richmond. The homeless is behind my home, and they've been there for several months. You guys finally cleaned them out, and they were back there last night. They yell, they scream that they need help. There's a girl that yells all the time, help me, help me. We call the police. The police don't knock on the door, say, we're here, we're out there. But I'm letting you know they're back there again. And also the creek is falling down, and my garage is gonna fall down. And no one has gotten back to me on anything. I've left a message to Martinez. I've left a message to Cepeda. No return calls back. James Nelson came out in January or February, I can't remember what date. They said they were gonna get into, figure out the creek. And he brought Ken Chen, the engineer. I call them, they don't return no calls, but you need to do something about the homeless because they get into my yard and they steal things, but they're getting back there. They're back there again, and you need to take care of that. And when we call the police don't knock on the door. They don't say, oh, we're here, we're gonna take care of it. All they say is when they were all back there, the beginning, before you guys cleaned them out a month ago, they said there was nothing they can do. They didn't have the equipment to take them all out. And they wouldn't, they don't even knock on the door. And they're not protecting us that are paying taxes. It's like they have more rights than we do. They don't have rights going into my yard. They don't have rights taking things from my yard, okay? My grandkids can't even go back there to play because they're cussing, they're yelling, they're hollering, they're up all night, and they sleep in the day.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
Excuse me, ma'am, what was your name again?
Deborah Garcia.
Deborah Garcia, okay, thank you.
Mayor Martinez, Miss Nikki Mastey is going to speak with the person.
Okay.
The next speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Press the button, right? Wait, yes. Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Jamin Purcell. Trying to get the new I would like to thank everyone for the wonderful disco that happened at Unity Park. I really appreciate that we are still maintaining good presence of community outreach and civic events that are for everyone. These sort of uses of different parts of the city are really valuable because there oftentimes is a focus on some parts of the city, and to see it spread out has been really a gem of this year. I also want to say I appreciate that apparently the League of Cities is talking about hate speech, because this is something that I am seeing none of up at the council anymore, and I really appreciate the civility that has been taking place up at the council, and so I'm glad that they are actually addressing that in a larger way of being able to talk to the public. And that said, I also want to acknowledge that, you know, while we're making a really great implementation with the new training for under the name of PD Perez, I know that many of you have been working on this issue for a very long time, including Councilmember Willis, Gail, Claudia, Eduardo. You guys have been really strongly working to try and bring about reform for the city of Richmond and with the police officers, and making sure that we're moving forward and addressing how we police our own community and how we don't criminalize our community, but bring safety to the community through various different ways. And I want to emphasize that it's important to see how everyone votes when they are looking at things like our community crisis response, because how you vote is going to be how things are moved forward for the city, and you are setting an example for the larger community. So I want to extend my appreciation for the people who have been working so hard to bring about that change. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move to any speakers. Jaswar, can you please call the speaker for Zoom?
Sure, I have one speaker. I have CC Meeting. If you'll state your name for the record, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. the user titled CC Meeting. You can go ahead and start. You're unmuted.
Oh, is that me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, this is Deborah Bayer, and I'm not sure was the item PA2, is that still on the consent calendar? I first wanted to find that out.
E2A, yes, all consent calendar items are still
Okay.
on.
Okay, then I want to speak to that. And it is the item about, money going to, I think it was about $300,000, going to the environmental group, BES, to do the operation and maintenance on Marina Bay and the Marina Bay housing development, and checking the cap and monitoring the wells and the groundwater. And I just want to say I am not against that. That I think that needs to be done, but it's an example of how toxins don't go away. They stay there, and they have to be monitored, hopefully in perpetuity, as long as people are living on that land. And to keep that in mind as we go forward on the Campus Bay development, which is on very, very toxic land, much worse than what Marina Bay is sitting on, which is mostly petroleum, because there will have to be constant monitoring, constant checking. And who is going to be paying for that? For the Marina Bay, it'll be the city. For the Zeneca site, we have to make sure the city is not going to pick up the tab for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
All right, if there are no more public speakers, then we'll move on to the next item.
The next item is the approval of the consent calendar.
All right, do we have a motion?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Okay, moved by Vice
Second
Mayor,
it.
seconded by Councilmember Cepeda. Roll call?
And I'm sorry, just as a reminder, item P1A, the acceptance of Brickyard Cove Road dedication, the agreement was changed from $261,220 to $300,000. Councilmember Bonner?
Noted.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes,
The vote is unanimous.
thank you. Next item.
Okay, the next item is under public hearings. Item Q1 is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution adjusting the dollar amount for proposed developer impact fees using the 2- and 4-year phase-in approach.
Nope.
Thank you. First time using this. Cool. Can we get the KCRT? Can we get the presentation, please? And good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members. So back in June, staff brought the update to the master fee schedule. It was focused on user fees at that point, and it was adopted. One of the next steps that was noted in that presentation was that we would return with the developer impact fees. And that is what we're presenting tonight. This is a public hearing to change both the rates of the fees and for residential properties to switch them from a per dwelling unit basis to a per square foot basis. Next slide, please. So we'll be going over the recommended action. Carlos here from Wilden Financial will present most of the items here, including an overview of what the fees mean and what they mean for the city of Richmond. And next slide, please. And the recommended action tonight is for City Council to adopt a resolution adjusting the dollar amount proposed for developer impact fees using the 2- and 4-year phase-in approach. And next slide, please. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Carlos Villarreal with Wilden Financial.
Thanks, Antonio. I'm Carlos Villarreal with Wilden Financial Services, and I was the project manager for this study, and I'll walk you through the analysis. Next slide, please. So a little bit of Impact Fee 101 to start so that we're all on the same page. Development impact fees are a one-time charge typically imposed at the building permit stage to all projects within a defined geographic area. In this case, all of the fees except for the sewer fee are charged citywide, and the sewer fee is only charged within the Richmond Municipal Sewer District boundaries. The key here is that the impact fees fund facilities to serve new development. So these aren't charges that would be charged to your existing residents. These are charges that would be charged to builders of new residential and non-residential development. Next slide, please. So in California, it's the Mitigation Fee Act that governs how cities and other local agencies calculate and implement impact fees. Our study needs to make several key findings. We need to demonstrate that new development causes the need for facilities, that new development will benefit from the use of the fee revenue, and that the fees are proportional to the impact created by new development. The study also has to document a couple other findings, such as how the city plans to use the fee revenue and the purpose of the fees. Next slide, please. So here's our basic methodology. We start by estimating demand for facilities, and demand is comprised of existing development, existing residents and workers, and a projection of future growth. We can then identify facility standards, and I'll discuss facility standards in greater depth in a subsequent slide, but the idea is that we're quantifying demand for facilities. Using those standards and other planning that the city has already done, we can determine the new facilities needed to serve the city and the cost of those facilities, and then we can allocate a share of those to new development. In the case that new development wouldn't be fully funding a particular facility, we can then identify the share that must be funded by existing funding sources. Essentially, that's existing development share of these facilities. And then finally, we can calculate the fee schedule by allocating the cost per unit of new development. In this case, it would be cost per square foot of residential development and cost per square foot of non-residential development. Next slide, please. So in this study, we're looking at the following fee categories: sewer facilities, parks, community and aquatic centers, police facilities, fire protection facilities, libraries, and storm drains. And just one note, the city also charges a traffic impact fee, but that impact fee is not currently being updated at this time, so that will stay unchanged by our action tonight. Next slide, please. So I mentioned we start by identifying growth projections or demand for facilities. This table here summarizes the growth projections used in the study. As you can see, ABAG is projecting over 52,000 new residents, over 19,000 new dwelling units, and over 34,000 new jobs within the city between now and 2040. So that's a significant amount of development, and the city needs to provide services to these folks, and consequently will need facilities to house those services. And that's really the nexus or the link between paying the fee and the facilities needed to serve these folks that would be paying the fee. Next slide, please. So I mentioned facility standards a little bit earlier on. The next couple slides will discuss facility standards. We have a few different methods that can be used to calculate fees, and based on discussions with city staff, we picked the appropriate method for each particular fee. The first approach is called the existing inventory approach, and here is where we let your existing level of service drive the fee. An example of this could be park acres per 1,000 residents. We can calculate the current number of park acres per 1,000 residents. In this case, I believe it's about 2.88 acres per 1,000 residents. And we can set the fee so that new development funds parks at that same level of service. Another approach is called the planned facilities approach, and here's where we can identify the exact facilities needed to serve demand from new development. I believe we use this approach for the sewer fee. Essentially, we can take the cost of the facilities, divide that by the increase in demand from new development, and that cost per demand drives the fee calculation. The third approach is called a system plan approach, and that's sort of a hybrid of the first two. Here is where the city plans to increase its level of service of facilities. And we take a look at both the facilities on the ground today, plus the planned facilities, and spread that over existing and new demand. And this occurs when you're increasing your level of service. I believe we use this for the police facilities fee, and this results in a higher level of service than is currently provided. Existing development must also pay its fair share of this higher level of service, but we could certainly charge new development at the higher level of service so that everyone gets an ideal level of service. Next slide, please. So these three graphs here illustrate the approach that I just described for each of the methods. Under the existing inventory method, the amount of facilities provided or funded by the fee is equal to the increase in demand put on the system by new development. Under the system plan method, we can charge at a higher level of service than currently exists, but we need to identify that existing deficiency, which is essentially existing development share of the higher level of service. So if we don't identify that deficiency, we would be overcharging new development, and this system plan approach allows us to allocate those costs fairly between existing and new development, because the idea is that these facilities will be serving both existing and new development. And then finally, the third graph on the right is the planned facilities method. Here is where future demand from new development fully funds the facilities, because we can identify the exact amount of those facilities needed to meet that demand. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, so here are the approaches that we used for each of the individual facility categories. For parks, library, and fire protection, we use the existing level of service, the existing standard, to drive the facility, the impact fees. So under this approach, we simply want to maintain the existing level of service that is currently provided in your city. For police facilities, we chose the system plan approach because the city is contemplating a new police facility that would serve everyone, both existing and new development. And so new development could pay their fair share of that facility, but certainly existing development must pay their fair share as well. Finally, we use the planned facilities approach for sewers, community and aquatic centers, and storm drain facilities fees. Next slide, please. This next slide sort of highlights the identified facilities in the study that would be funded by the fees. Of course, there's tons of detail in the study about the cost estimates for all these projects, but just wanted to give you sort of the highlights here. For sewer facilities, your city's wastewater treatment plan, master plan, identified various improvements, so new development will pay a share of the improvements identified in that study. Under the community and aquatic centers fee, the city is contemplating a new Martin Luther King Jr. Community Center that would be funded by that fee revenue. Police facilities, I've already mentioned it a couple times, but a new police station is contemplated by the study. For the storm drain fee, there's a storm drain master plan that identifies improvements, and a share of those is allocated to new development through the fee. For the fire protection facilities fee, we've listed a training tower, an apparatus storage building, and additional restrooms at Station 66. For parks, we use that existing level of service to maintain the current park standards, so there would be the acquisition of land and the improvement of that land into parks to maintain those standards. And then finally, for the library facilities fee, the study is based on reconfiguring the library to add capacity, fixtures, furniture, and equipment, and improvements to the courtyard, again, to add capacity to the library to serve new development. Next slide, please. So this next slide illustrates the projected fee revenue for the program. So each fee category is listed there. This fee revenue is projected out to 2040, so based on the ABAG projections. The net project cost, again, or not again, but identifies the total cost of all the improvements. The next column there shows you what the impact fees would be contributing. So for some of the facility categories, the impact fees would fully fund all of the projects. For others, for example, the police facilities and the sewer facilities, existing development will also need to chip in to achieve a higher level of service. So again, if the fees are implemented at the maximum justified level, the fees would generate about $609 million through 2040. The city would also need to chip in essentially $406 or so million from other funding sources in order to fully fund all of the facilities. Next slide, please. So with that, this next slide shows the maximum justified impact fee schedule. So a couple notes here. First, as Antonio mentioned earlier on in the presentation, your current fees are charged by dwelling unit for residential, so a fee for single family and a fee for multifamily. The state recently passed AB 602, which recommends that cities calculate these fees per square foot in order to incentivize smaller units and housing production. So this study complies with that recommendation, and the residential fees are calculated per square foot. The sewer facilities fee here is only charged within the municipal sewer district boundaries, so there are some developments that would potentially not be paying that fee. And another note that parks, we've calculated actually two separate fees. One is a Quimby fee that's applicable to subdivisions, which is calculated based on a 3-acre standard. So that's only applicable to subdivisions, and it's slightly higher than the fee for non-subdivisions that would be applicable to everyone else that's not in a subdivision at your existing 2.88 acre standard. Next slide, please. So based on discussions with city staff recognized that the fees would be quite an increase compared to where the fees are currently set today. So in order to minimize the shock to the development community, but still increase the fees over a certain number of years, we discussed a phased-in approach. So essentially what would happen here is we list the current impact fees if they were charged per square foot. We did some math to calculate the equivalent fee per square foot. And then the fees are increased 25% each year until 4 years have elapsed. 5 years from now, it's contemplated that the city would do another comprehensive update like we're doing today. And so over this 4-year period, the residential fees would increase to those amounts. I should note that some of the impact fees are dropping. For example, your library and your storm drain fees, based on our study, should be lower than they are currently set. So those decreases would occur automatically in year 1. The decreases aren't phased in, they occur immediately. So anyway, this first slide here demonstrates that phased-in approach. This gives developers certainty as to what the fees are going to be, but it allows the city over time to increase the fees. Next slide, please. The next slide here, based on conversations with city staff, it was determined that non-residential development is a little less sensitive to the fee increases. So rather than a 4-year phase-in, it was proposed to have a 2-year phase-in. The same comments apply that I made for the residential fees. Again, we're just gently increasing the fees over a certain number of years. Next slide, please. And so to give some context as to what the current and proposed fees would be, we completed a fee comparison with several of your neighboring jurisdictions. To explain a couple things here, some of the jurisdictions that you see have a low and a high fee, and that's because some of their fees vary by zone. So similar to how your sewer fee would only be charged within the municipal sewer district boundaries, some of these other neighboring cities have fees that may be charged in certain parts of town but not in others. And so we wanted to illustrate the range of those fees, and that's why we have a low and a high fee scenario for some cities. So for example, San Leandro has a traffic fee that varies by where you're building, and so if you're in one part of town, it would be a lot lower than if you were building in another part of town. So again, just wanted to illustrate the range of what some of these other jurisdictions are charging. So this first comparison here would be for one single family unit at 1,600 square feet, which is roughly what the average square footage of a dwelling unit in your city is. Your current fees would be well within the range of what the other cities included in the comparison here are charging. The maximum justified fees under the study would be among the highest. Next slide, please. This next comparison would be for a multifamily development project, so a condo of 20 units or an apartment building of 20 units. And it's a similar story as the residential fees, and I'll repeat the story for each of the comparisons. Your current fees are within the range of the neighboring jurisdictions, but the maximum justified fees would be the highest among those surveyed. And this is partially the reason why the phased-in approach was discussed, to allow the fees to be increased instead of hitting developers with the entire increase all at once. Next slide, please. Again, same story. We calculated the fees for a commercial project, so 15,000 square feet of retail. Your current fees are among, within the range of the neighboring jurisdictions, but the maximum justified fees supported by the study would be the highest. Next slide. And finally, for the comparisons, we also included an industrial prototype, 100,000 square feet of industrial uses. Same story as the other fee comparisons. Your current fees are within the range, but the maximum justified fees would be the highest among the cities surveyed. Next slide, please. All right, so the final note here is that your city currently has a credit policy, and I'm not going to read all of the criteria here, but essentially a developer were to build one of the improvements that's listed in the study, they would get a credit against that impact fee. And so no changes are being proposed to the credit policy. We just wanted to highlight that this was currently in place in the city and would not be changed with the update of this fee program. Next slide, please. And that's it. Happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Yes, I believe we have a lot of questions. We'll begin with Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. You say that we saw here that community aquatic fees, library fees, and storm drains are going down. And you say that they are decreasing, and I wondering based on what in your study?
The fees are going down based on the identified improvements. So during the course of the fee study, we met with city staff to identify capacity expanding facility projects for each of the facility categories. And so based on the capacity expanding improvements in the study that were identified compared to the prior study that was done, I believe in 2008, a smaller magnitude of projects was identified for those fees, which consequently means the fees are lower than they had been in the past.
Yeah, so I wanted to follow up with you because I think the problem here is that they are like, there is an undervalue of the need of facilities in Richmond. For instance, when you talk about planned community center and aquatic facilities, it's great that we are seeing the Martin Luther King Community Center, but it's the only one. And we had been talking about other things like new soccer fields, facilities, and a sports center, and also in the plan or in the existing inventory. You also say that park and recreation, and we had been talking about the current recreation facility of McDonald Avenue needs a lot of improvements. And when you talk about how much, when the study present how much all the facilities, when improvement needs, the value of existing facilities is $68 million. And I just wonder where is that number coming from and where all of the other things that we had been talking about around new facilities and the need for more improvement is not here.
Yeah, so the existing, and there's a lot of things in there, so I'll try to address them and remind me if I miss anything there. The existing value of the current facilities used to drive the existing facility standard, that came from the city's asset records. So we took the asset records and adjusted the value of the adjusted the value of the facilities from the year they were purchased or acquired into 2023 dollars using an inflationary index. So that's how we estimated the current value of those facilities. One thing that you mentioned was soccer fields and why they wouldn't show up in the community center fee. Soccer fields and those types of park amenities could be funded by the park impact fee, which is increasing significantly compared to where it is today. So certainly those items that you mentioned could be funded through that fee, and that the park fee has two components. One component is for park land acquisition, so to purchase more land to build parks on, and the second component is for improving that park land with park amenities. So certainly soccer fields could be an acceptable use of how you would spend that fee revenue. The distinction here is that for community and aquatic centers, those are essentially special use facilities above and beyond the typical amenities that you would find at a park. So based on the facilities that were identified to me when we were working on the study, that's why that fee is set that way. But certainly, I think much of what you described could be funded through the park impact fee, which again is increasing significantly.
Okay, but like for instance, is we are only doing the calculation with the cost of the community center and no other things that we want to build and have, then that is affecting your calculation, your result, right?
I'm happy to revise the study. I did the study with the facilities that were identified to me.
Yeah, I think it will be important to revise that part. And I have another question, and I had two more questions, and I will pass it around. One is around the maintenance. Like sometimes we feel like the maintenance is an issue, like we don't have that much money. You mentioned that the mitigation fee can be part of that, like can pay for that. Is that correct or
No,
And how maintenance will be paid through these fees?
Yes, so unfortunately, these fees cannot pay for ongoing operations and maintenance. That's the way they're set up from the state, and it prohibits the city from using them for that purpose. So this is only for the facilities. Unfortunately, the city will have to find other means, be it your general fund or any other, maybe user fees and any other fees there to pay for that maintenance.
And my last question is that when you calculate for the libraries, you put only for the two, not the main library, but the branches. And I didn't see any money for the main library. And you mentioned in your study that it's because infrastructure grant, which is page 45 in your study. But we just put from general fund, it wasn't grant. Like we got $10 million in grants, and then we had to match 50%. So we put an extra $5 million. But we also added $15 million more from our general fund. Why that is not part of this equation?
I was not aware of $50 million from the general fund going towards the libraries. I'm happy to revise it.
So I think like this is a lot of things that it needs to be revised in this, because, yeah.
Just for clarification, 15, 1-5, right?
1-5, yeah. So for a total of $30 million for the main library. So we got a grant for $10 million that the city has to match 50%. So we added $5 million. But then we have for surplus, $15 million, so we can have a renovation that is a better and a nicer library.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I also have some questions. Your existing policies assumes that our facilities are adequate for our current residents. They're not. Our parks are substandard, and so when you estimate the usage of new people through the impact fees, you're actually suggesting that they also participate in substandard facilities. The other thing is that the community centers are more than community centers. The community centers are safety centers. They're emergency centers. They're centers that are essential to all residents. So how would you calculate those uses into the impact fees?
So for the recreation centers, we, and let me refresh my memory on the approach here. We used the planned facility. So essentially what happened there is we took a look at the existing level of service, and then we compared that to the cost of the identified planned facility, which was the MLK Junior Community Center. Using the existing standard approach would generate more fee revenue than was necessary to fully fund that community center. So the idea was that new development could fully fund the MLK Junior Community Center, and it would maintain, or it would meet the needs of the city to fully fund that center. And so there was no need to charge more than that to new development because there weren't any other identified planned facilities within that facility category.
Okay, but that still doesn't answer the need for facilities. I mean, we actually don't have enough. So you're suggesting that not having enough is okay.
I'm not suggesting that's okay, sir. I'm suggesting those were the facilities that were, when I was doing the study, were provided to me to calculate the fees for, and so I calculated the fees to fund those facilities. If there are additional facilities that the city is contemplating that did not make it into the study, I'm happy to incorporate them.
Okay, there's a difference between what we're capable to plan at this point, because there's an issue of capacity and finances, and then there's the issue of actual needs of our city, of our community, and the increased needs of the people who will be moving into the city of Richmond.
Yeah, if the existing level of service isn't appropriate, again, we can use that higher system plan level of service. That does depend on a list of planned facilities. I'm not a facility planner. I allocate the cost to the impact fees. To the extent that information is available, I'm happy to recalculate the fees. For some communities, using the existing level of service is appropriate, but I hear you loud and clear that for some of these facilities, your existing level of service is lower than you would like, ideally. So we could certainly calculate the fees to fund a higher level of service. I should note that when you do calculate the fees to fund a higher level of service, the impact fees can't fully fund the increase of level of service. So new development can pay its fair share, but the city will also need to chip in funds from other sources to fully fund those facilities. And that's also some of the staff level contemplation of the fee program is, does the city have enough alternative funding to fully fund the program?
Understood. I also understand that these are negotiable, are they not, or are they ironclad?
Well, our study identifies the maximum justified amount. As a policy decision, you could implement less than the maximum justified amount, but you can't implement higher than that.
That's right, and which is why the higher numbers are essential, because we can always negotiate downward depending on what the capabilities are. Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the hand, but I see his. So, okay, Melvin, Councilmember Willis, and then Councilmember.
You could just go down the list. We're all going to have questions.
Yeah. Okay.
I just had a comment
Yeah.
about what you were saying,
Yeah.
but if I could, I had my hand up before Melvin, but let Melvin go first, and I'll go second, rather than go down the row, if I could just give my
Sure.
quick comment.
Councilmember Willis.
No, yeah, thank you for the report and presentation, and just agreeing with my other colleagues. I know even at the couple of strategic planning sessions that we've had, we talked about different facilities and plans and projects that we want to try to pursue in the coming years. And I am seeing, like in the agenda report, that this is a conversation that we're going to be having annually. Is that right, that we'll be having this kind of conversation annually about how our fees need to be adjusted based on planned facilities and what's in our inventory and projects we want to break ground on?
Actually, the conversation, if this is adopted today or in the near future, we'd have this conversation every 4 to 5 years. The study is, after this, there's a phase-in approach. Once a phase-in approach, then it will go up based on an employment cost index typically.
Well, maybe that should say every 4 to 5 years we'll be conducting this conversation. Because I guess the point that I'm just wanting to hammer into is that because we're still having those conversations about different needs that the community wants and potential projects that we want to pursue, and we're kind of still in the middle of that discussion in a sense, how do we incorporate that new information if, for argument's sake, like let's say, I don't know what's going to happen, but let's say we adopted this schedule as is, but then we do have new things coming in that could also impact the study. How does that get incorporated in later if we adopt it today?
Absolutely. So you can adopt, or you can update the fees whenever you want as a policy decision of your city council. It's typically cumbersome to update the fee because you have to do a study and go through the public hearing process. But certainly, if we get the study to where you want it, you adopt the fees, but then the following year some new project comes online, or the thinking has changed, you could certainly conduct a new study and adopt an increased fee. The recommendation to adjust the fees annually using an inflator just sort of simplifies that process, so it just keeps up the assumptions from the current study, but increases the costs for inflation. So that's the inflator. But certainly, at any time as a policy decision, you could update these fees to match whatever planned facilities, or if the growth projections change. If there's a whole, order of magnitude growth forecast that's changed, that could also affect the math there, and that could be a reason that the City Council may want to revise the fees.
Okay, and I guess my final question, just in terms of like a timeline, just even hearing some of the dialogue now on our renovation of the library missing and a couple other things that we've been talking about are not necessarily reflected in the study currently. Whenever that information basically gets produced and handed over to you, how long does it take to redo that study and have a discussion with the updated projects that have been identified to be missing in the study already?
Yeah, I can revise the study. If it's just the changes that were noted right now, I can revise that pretty quickly and have a new report within a week or so. The thing about the study is it needs to have a 30-day notice to adopt the study, and that's one of the changes that came about with AB 602 last year. So I believe that, and I would obviously defer to the city attorney, but I believe that the noticing would have to start again, so that would add 30 days to the timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Actually, Councilmember Willis and I must be synced together because it's exactly what I was going to ask. How often do these fees come? And I heard the 4 or 5, but we could potentially open it up anytime we want. So anyway, that was my question. So thank you, Councilmember Willis, for asking.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Great presentation. Thank you. Lots of information. And it sounds like you might not have all the information. I was just looking through. We have a new goals that we set in place. And in those new goals, I'm not sure when you were given information, but those new goals have a lot of items that you might maybe want to consider. Okay. Some of them, we're talking about a hospital, landscaping, other community centers, lighting, street calming, sidewalks, street repair. I'm not sure if that goes into this report or if it should.
The traffic-related facilities are excluded from this study. Those are going to be updated. I believe the Public Works is doing a traffic study now to identify improvements for that study. So that is coming.
So if they're doing a report, would the fees be impacted by that?
We're not updating those fees at this time, but certainly the results of that report would affect the updated fees for traffic when we bring those forward.
Right,
Okay.
so the traffic impact fees are staying as is for now. Once Public Works has the listing of the traffic projects, then we'll come back hopefully later this year, sooner rather than later, which I was thinking, just thinking out loud here. What if we adopt the fees as is, then we can come back when we do the traffic impact fees, then we can update the report per the recommendation from City Council members earlier.
Perfect. And now, other than projects from Public Works, is there a calculation, because there's going to be wear and tear, especially with the big facilities that might be coming in? Do we have that into a separate fee?
Yeah, so unfortunately, wear and tear and maintenance and operations are not acceptable uses of the impact fee revenue. So you can't use this to rehab your current facilities unless, of course, you're adding capacity, and that's kind of a gray area. But generally, maintenance and operations cannot be funded through the impact fees, but new facilities and essentially adding capacity to your facilities is what can be funded through the fees.
Thank you. And then, is there some kind of calculation that you have based on the changing needs? I know that we could always come back and update the fees, but without having to come back, can you give us something that we can work towards? So for example, the library, there's a certain cost, and we already see that you're decreasing the cost now from $1 something, I don't have the slide in front of me, but $1 something to 0.08, I believe. That's a calculation you have. Some other ones are going to be going up, some of them are going to be going down. Is there a projection for a much more than 4 years so that we can kind of know and also taking into consideration other development. So this is based on the current development that we have?
Yeah, so the projection for new development is based on ABAG's projection for the development projected within your city. So we are contemplating the needs of those additional residents and employees, jobs within the city. That is already contemplated in the study here.
And is the ABAC report, does that tell us at the speed of this new development?
No, it doesn't tell us the speed. And you know, I know sometimes folks look at this and say, well, we'll never hit that number by 2040, or we may hit it 10 years earlier or 10 years later. I think it's less important to think about which year you will achieve those growth projections, and more to think about it as an increment of growth. So if we add this many new residents, how many more parks will we need? That's the general sort of thought, I would say.
Okay, perfect. No more questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I have a set of quick questions. My main question is, why is it so expensive in Richmond, in a nutshell, comparing with Berkeley's order of magnitude?
Yeah. One is this fee study is brand new, and a lot of those other cities have older fee studies when they justified the fees. And construction costs, particularly since the pandemic, but construction costs have exploded throughout the state. Some of that's due to a labor shortage, some of that's due to the pandemic supply chain issues, but the cost to build, and this is not just in Richmond, but this is throughout the state, the cost to build now is significantly higher than it was even a handful of years ago. So with a new study, new cost assumptions, that drives the higher fee. And also the cost of land. People want to live in Richmond. The cost of land is expensive to acquire here. The cost of land is a big component of the parks fee, which is a big driver of the fee increase. So I would say those two factors are really what's driving the fees here.
Oh, well, the cost of land, they pay for it, right? What does it have to do with services? Oh, to acquire land for park and, okay.
Exactly.
Well, but I mean, comparing with Berkeley, we are very cheap.
Yes, but again, Berkeley hasn't updated their fees recently, and Berkeley charges a different set of fees than you do. And I would say Berkeley has, I did not work on Berkeley's fee study first and foremost, but they are sort of building infill. You know, they don't have as much greenfield development. They don't have the ability to put up lots of houses. So their development situation is, I would say, a little bit different than yours, even though the cost of land is expensive to acquire there. I believe Berkeley is mostly focusing on their affordable housing fees, which were not included in the survey here, but their affordable housing fees are quite significant.
So how were our fees before? Excuse my ignorance. How much higher are we jumping now?
I would say it's almost a doubling on the residential side.
Doubling?
Yeah.
You understand that we have an issue with the homeless, and we would like to encourage people to build housing, ADUs. We were trying to facilitate it, make it easy. How is it going to help?
Yeah, that's a policy decision for your council to consider. I think that was part of the reason for the phased-in approach for the residential fees, phasing them in over 4 years so that that whole increase doesn't hit immediately and allows developers time to figure out the financing over time to build their projects. Certainly it's a big increase, and certainly some of the adjustments that we were discussing today, we want to make sure the report is up to speed, but that they could also increase those fees. So I would expect that after we get this newer information from your council and staff and revise the fees, they will likely be even higher than you see in the study here. So that's likely the outcome of making these adjustments.
So how about the property tax that people pay and business tax? I mean, if we increase this and we lose on, the other taxes, can we find a balance? How would you approach that?
Well, the property tax and business tax are sort of not contemplated by the fee study. The fee study really only contemplates the impact or the mitigation on facilities. So, they are in a way sort of separate policy levers that you have the ability to affect. So I will just say that for other jurisdictions that I've worked with haven't updated their fees in a long time, and we bring the study and it shows a large increase, there's a few different things people do. One is the phase-in approach that we're already showing here. Another approach would be to prioritize the needs and potentially only increase the facility categories with the greatest need. And so you can always adopt something less than the maximum justified amount, So I'm going to make something up, but perhaps everyone wants more parks, so you implement 100% of the parks fee, but I don't know, maybe the fire protection facilities are deemed to be at a better level of service, so maybe you only implement half of the fire protection fee. And I'm just making up round numbers there. But those are policy decisions that other councils that I've worked with have gone through because they want to keep the overall fee burden a little bit lower in order to encourage development and not stifle development in the near future.
Yeah, what's really concerning to me is that, I'm not concerned about multifamily housing, huge projects, or industrial sites. But people, small businesses, or residentials, or ADUs, these fees and paying them upfront, if we defer them, so when they build it, rent it, or use it, or sell it, something, but upfront is a bit too much. So,
could I make one note on the ADUs? The state of California has given regulations, so ADUs less than 750 feet in size cannot be charged the impact fees. And then for ADUs that are larger than 750 square feet, they are charged proportionally to the size of the main unit on that lot. So ADUs do have a bit of a reduced fee schedule there, and some of them don't pay any. But certainly I hear you that these are kind of barriers to development, and especially for the small mom and pop builders.
And
Thank you.
additionally, switching over to square foot will make it more economical for small dwelling units compared to the flat rate that was previously being charged.
Yeah, I just feel like the city needs to have an appeal process or something. Otherwise, we're just making it doesn't change much for people with big money, but for regular people, it's going to be prohibitable to build something. And quick question, why is police cost is so much more than fire?
I believe for police, we're contemplating an $80 million new police facility. As I understand it, the current police facility is not owned by the city, so this would consolidate all of the police services into a single new facility.
Okay, and this is all aside from the community benefit, the fee that we get from new developments, right?
Yes, yeah, I believe community benefits fees are negotiated separately and not included in the impact fees here.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask the city manager or you a question is, how vital is it for the city to actually impose these fees?
Well, the sooner we get the money, the sooner we can do some of these improvements.
But do you have any expectations in terms of if the number of applications would drop if we go with these high fees?
It really, go ahead.
If I may, the state audit report does request that we start adopting and reviewing the fees on a regular basis. So I do want to remind the council of that.
Okay, thank you. It's just shocking to me that we are more expensive than any other cities in the area. Thank you.
And I just want to note in reference to the question about the community facilities and different projects that were included are those that we had concrete plans are. It can't just be something we wish down the future, something that city has actually started working towards. Correct me, Carlos, if I'm wrong, but that was a sort of criteria to include certain items. And those were the ones provided by the different departments that work with us in developing this. So if they had a plan, it was concrete, they had plans. There was some progress towards it, then they were included in the listings.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm also curious that we're only considering existing facilities for a larger population, and a larger population would entail more facilities.
Can I clarify that point? When we say using the existing facility standards, we're not saying that new development is going to use your double up on the existing facilities. What we're saying is that we're using the existing facilities to identify demand for those facilities. So again, think of parks. We're saying currently there are 2.88 acres of parkland provided per 1,000 residents. That's your existing standard. We're not saying new development is going to use those same 2.8 acres per 1,000 residents. We're saying that you need to expand your parks at that same ratio so that for every additional 1,000 residents, the fee will fund 2.8 acres of new parks to accommodate demand from those folks. So again, we're not saying the existing facilities are going to get used for new. We're just using that to estimate what the cost and amount of facilities needed to serve them will be.
Right, and once again, if those estimates are low for the current population, then those estimates will be low for the new population. That's the point I'm trying to make.
No, okay.
Councilmember Robinson, and then.
Just kind of wanted to follow. I'm trying to make sure I understand everything correctly. And one of the concerns that I have when we're talking about, especially just parks, it keeps like echoing in my head. You know, we're using square footage of park space per 1,000 residents for Richmond as a whole, but we know from many studies that there's discrepancies between neighborhoods and the amount of accessible park space. And I'm wondering how this takes into consideration a difference in need. You know, that there's, yes, if you add together all neighborhoods, then you get that average number, which is a low expectation in general in terms of what we'd like service to be at. But then if you look at specific neighborhoods like the Central Core, it's even lower.
Yeah. Well, I will say that what you observed is correct. We took a look at the city as a whole, and so there was no identification of a level of service by neighborhood. So we took all the park acres across the entire city and compared that to the entire population to calculate that existing park standard. I should note, so the park fee is kind of interesting. There's several components, as I alluded to earlier. There's a park land acquisition component and a park improvement component. For development occurring in subdivisions, the fees are actually charged under a section of the Subdivision Map Act. It's called the Quimby Act, that allows a city, again, for a subdivision to compel a developer to develop or to dedicate land at a 3 acre per 1,000 resident standard, regardless of what the current standard is. And again, it only applies to subdivisions, but when, and that's included in the study here, when those parks get built, they have to serve, that fee revenue has to be used to serve the neighborhood or the subdivision paying the fees. So in that way, that Quimby fee is going to be spent local to the development that would be paying the fee. But I certainly hear you that current underserved neighborhoods in the city, unless there's development occurring there, they would not be able to increase their park standard through this fee. The fee would be used generally to increase the park standard, but it would not be targeted unless, of course, there's development occurring in those neighborhoods.
I understand. So also, you were in the slides, there's a slide that indicates that some cities have low and high fees for differing things. Is that based on geography of development project, or what is the low and a high based on in others?
Yeah, so some cities have different zones. So for example, San Leandro has a traffic fee that varies by zone. So I didn't work on that study, but as I understand it, they identified additional improvements in certain parts of town needed to facilitate traffic compared to other parts of town that maybe didn't need as many improvements. So the cost of the facilities identified in each zone drive the fee. And so if you are building in a part of town that has a high identified cost, that fee would be higher. And so, that's why, you know, again, depending on where you build it. So it's sort of a geographical distinction. If you're building in the expensive fee area part of town, you're going to pay a higher fee than if you're building in the cheaper fee area part of town.
And we don't do that. We just have we're choosing to do just a blanket.
That was the approach that we discussed, or that was the approach that was used in your current fee study that we're updating, and we kept that same approach for this study, with the exception of the sewer fee, which is only charged in the sewer district.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to understand also why, I think I understand, but I just want to check to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, why there's a difference in fee amounts for residential versus non-residential development projects. And I noticed that certain fees aren't even charged at all, like library fees. Is that because it's assumed that the non-residential aren't going to use libraries?
Exactly. It's assumed that if you are a resident, you know, parks, community centers, libraries, those are primarily there to serve the demand of residents. And, you know, if you're working here, you're much less likely to use those facilities. Although, you know, of course, in the real world, you know, I'm sure someone that works here also uses the library or also uses the park, but that's the general approach for impact fees. If that's something you'd like us to investigate, we could calculate that as well. But that was in line with the current approach from your prior study.
Just two more questions. One is, do you know if the other cities that were in your comparison study are going to be doing new studies anytime soon? Do we expect comparison amounts to be updated?
Yeah, they're always being updated, and I would say that one of the changes from AB 602, which went into effect at the beginning of last year, I believe, is that it mandates that cities update their impact fees every 8 years. So conceivably, some of those cities that have older fees will be coming up on that 8-year timeline and be updating soon. I don't know off the top of my head exactly when that will be, but generally, cities do update the fees every 4 to 5 years, depending on their needs. And I would certainly expect that all the cities, over time would be updating their fees as well.
You were saying that they mostly hadn't been updated in the last 8 years. Is that correct?
Well,
or no?
that requirement just went into effect last year, so I can't say conclusively that they haven't been updated in 8 years. But
And just one more thing, and that is, I guess I'm wondering. It feels like there needs to be an essential kind of connection to our capital improvement plan and budget with these fees, so that we are kind of syncing those two things, so that we have, kind of a view on the next kind of 5 years of capital improvements across the board of all these categories. And we have it inside of our plan and are making movements towards that, so that when we're calibrating these fees, they're aligned. Do you feel like we currently have that, or do you feel like we could maybe do some, improvements there?
as I understand it, the facilities identified for the study came from the capital improvement plan. Either the capital improvement plan or, for example, the wastewater treatment master plan or the storm drain master plan. So I used, the data that was provided to me from city staff, but as I understand it, it was sourced from the CIP.
Yeah.
To address your question and statement, Councilmember Robinson, one of the things that I have asked Public Works to integrate into their work plan is actually issuing an RFP for a facilities needs assessment. So then that would provide a further long-term range for the council to review and provide input on beyond what we know currently are sort of like the pressing emergencies, and beyond, it's actually not 50 anymore. Now, I was told today we have 53 CIP projects. So beyond the 53, to give the council an opportunity and the community chance to plan for a longer range. So we're hoping that they can commence issuing that RFP this fiscal year, but I would think that it wouldn't be completed until the following fiscal year.
Okay. And then just one last question. I want to make sure I understand it. It seems, as I think I understand it, by not passing these increasing in fees, we're missing out on collecting fees. And we won't be able to go back in time and get those fees, right? So any development projects that are coming up now are all being charged at the old fee rate. And so anything that gets moved through, we just miss out on those funds, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and if we have to go back and we have to repost a 30-day notice if we make changes to this, or can we still make the changes that we would like without having to go through another 30-day process? I'm not clear on that.
I would defer to the city attorney on the logistics.
I think the issue is if you if you reduce things, you can probably do that. But if you're going to increase what was recommended, you'd want to repost.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
So I just want to be clear. We're not losing out on anything by not passing this. We're just not getting the different fees because the changes go down on some and they go up on others. So by not doing this, we're keeping the fees that are still high are higher, and the fees that are lower, correct?
I think so for some categories, but certainly some of the increases are significant. So it's conceivable that you would be missing out on the higher fees for some of those fee categories.
All right, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just talking about kind of like these dilemma that we have here in terms of like we need housing, we want to make sure that the fees are not as high and others. I understand that probably the comparison is with older versions of other cities, so that might be changing in where we at. But in terms of that, like I pointed out the library because you didn't put the amount. You said that some of that is grant, and the grants is not taken into consideration. I was just thinking about, but the police, we are in a need for a new police station, and you put $80 million. I just wondering if we need to put all the $80 million, or we are also maybe planning, I don't know, that some of that money can come from grants and for state funding, for federal funding. So the amount that we are using to calculate these fees then is less, so it will kind of like reduce the fees in that way. So can you tell me a little bit about that? Like,
Yeah. So for that police facility, the impact fees are not funding all $80 million of those. The impact fees are funding $32.8 million, and the city, in order to fund all $80 million, would need to come up with $47.2 million to fully fund it. And so we've already taken that into account. And the idea is that the facility would be serving both existing and new development. So it would be unfair to say new development's going to pay all $80 million. What we end up doing is allocating based on the service population. So we can calculate how many folks are served today, how many folks are served in the future, and the ratio between the two informs the amount that could be funded through the impact fees and the amount that could be funded through, that has to be funded through other sources. All of that said, if the city has an idea, and right now the city would again fund $42.2 million through other sources, but say the city identifies $50 million in grants or something like that, then we could certainly come back and lower the impact fee share, and that other amount would be funded through these other sources. But as I understand it, that wasn't available. If it is, I'm happy to revise.
okay. No, I just wanted that clarification, and you provided that. I think like for me it's also that into the other recreation center, because as I said, like great, we are talking about one community center, but there is a need for more. So, yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes, so in your slides, you had various bar graphs, and it looked like Richmond was the highest bar graph for the various slides. My question is, so this is a phased-in approach, so does that high bar graph represent how much higher will be than the other cities in the first year or after the fourth year?
After the fourth year, yeah, that's the maximum amount. So if you visualize it, it would step up approximately 25% each year between now and there. But yeah.
So we won't be that high above the other cities in the next couple of years.
Not immediately.
And they actually may be doing their revision of their fees in that period of time, so they may be catching up with us.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's what I just wanted to clarify.
Councilmember Bono.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if we could have a two-tier level for like residential under, say, 3,000 square feet, and then multifamily industrial, and give a discount to residential.
Yeah, that's certainly a policy option that you have. We identify the maximum amount, and for development that meets whatever criteria you establish to, further the goals of the city. For a particular type of development, if you want to implement something that's less than the maximum, you could certainly do that. I would just note that, we can't increase the other fees because you're decreasing the fee for a certain land use, but aside from that, that's certainly something that you could do.
Quickly, legally, you cannot increase it, or practically it won't work?
Legally, you cannot increase, you can't shift those costs to other development. You can't say, we're gonna charge apartments less, so single family's gonna pay more. You can't do that.
Okay, and those who build apartment buildings, can we give them a sort of credit for making more affordable? My daughter lives in New York. I know they do those kind of things, you know. For the first 40 years, if it's affordable housing, a portion of it, they get tax credit. Can we do that to increase affordable housing?
You could, yeah, you could certainly make those types of deals. I've seen other cities either cut the fees by a certain percentage or exempt affordable housing projects altogether from paying the fees. So those are certainly things that you could consider.
Okay.
City Manager?
In response to Councilmember Bonnet, to your question, the City Council did, for example, on the Nevin Plaza deal, they did provide support to that development. And so whenever affordable housing developers do want to work in Richmond, we do try to partner with them collaboratively to offset costs when feasible, and when they're providing an appropriate unit mix and services on site. So that is something that we've continued to do with the support of the council.
Okay, thank you. And also, I don't have a good sense of what portion of the cost would be these fees. Like if a developer or somebody wants to decide whether should build in Richmond or Vallejo or Berkeley, you know, how much are the fees versus the percentage of the cost of the total project?
Yeah. I did not do that calculation. What you're looking for is like sort of a developer's pro forma analysis where they take into account the hard cost of building, fees and permits, and then the cost of land. And all, you know, fees and permits we can estimate obviously with the study, but the hard cost of construction and certainly the cost of land, which varies between the jurisdictions, that was not included as part of the study. So I don't have a great answer for you. We could, next time we bring this back, maybe do a little bit more homework there, but I don't have a great answer for you.
Yeah, I feel
on
like
the fly right now.
I'm not ready to, you know, make a decision with these numbers because we would like to attract more businesses, you know, have more housing and everything. We don't want the fees to be too high to impede the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
I actually have an impact kind of scale question as well. I mean, I'm trying to understand in the staff report, it says that the total increase of fees per year would be $436,000. How am I to understand that? It's $430,000 above what?
That's based on the actual level of activity last year using the phased-in approach. That's an estimate. The level of activity is probably going to change from year to year, so that amount
And how much was the level of activity last year?
Oh, I don't
Like
have
above, because I'm trying to understand above what
It
was
was
it?
roughly, the
Is that
increase roughly
double?
20%.
20%
Across,
increase.
across the board for all the impact fee revenue brought in. So it was an increase roughly of 20%, which was my calculation of the phased-in approach, how much it would impact that 1 year.
Okay, so yeah,
And
that helps me, thank you.
roughly, yeah.
Let's see. Yes, your name came up next.
Perfect, thank you. I think the answer might be no, but I figured I'll ask. Are unfunded pension liabilities, is that something that is calculated into this? Nope.
That would be an ongoing cost that can't be funded through these fees.
Perfect, I figured so. My other one, something that Councilmember Robinson
Mayor?
mentioned as well in the non-residential. Oh, City Manager?
Mayor, if I may, so Councilmember Zepeda, that in particular, we have the 1% pension override, which is on the property tax bill that goes to offset those costs.
Thank you. On the non-residential, it is, the library is currently being charged for office, industrial, and warehousing, and then for year 1 and 2, it gets removed. Is there a possibility to maybe add it back out to maybe even like warehousing? Because they create a very big impact in our community.
I will take a look at that in the update, sure.
Perfect. I mean, that one, I think if we put the focus where we are giving a little bit more of a less fee, I should say, on office space, for example, that might create a different type of jobs and less impact in our communities than the warehousing. That would just be one thought. And
Sure.
the other question on the storm drains, in the residential, it does continue going down, but I'm just questioning, the more development we have, isn't that a bigger impact overall in our community? We're going to need more storm drains, there's going to be more processing of it.
Yeah, well, what happened with the storm drain is the city has an existing storm drain master plan that was driving the prior fee study, I believe, and certainly driving this fee study. And so when we looked at the storm drain facility category, I had Public Works remove all of the projects that had already been built. So they took a lot of those costs out because the projects had already been built. You don't need new development to pay for it anymore. And the remaining projects are allocated proportionally to new development. So new development isn't paying for all of it because certainly storm drains benefit everyone, including your existing residents and the new residents. So really it's that fee is decreasing because the projects identified to drive the fee calculation have been built already and are no longer on the books. It could be that the city needs to update the storm drain master plan. I believe it's several years old. That update could potentially identify additional storm drains needed to serve the city. But again, we were funding all the remaining projects from that document through this fee.
Perfect. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If council will allow me, I think I'd like to open up a public hearing.
Okay, we do not have any in-house speakers, but just so you may please call the Zoom speaker.
Okay, I have Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so I'm a homeless resident of Richmond. I live on a bus. And my question is, if Richmond isn't able to house the 500 or even find a place to relocate 500 or so homeless people living within the city, how can you even contemplate housing 44,000 new residents? I mean, shouldn't you find a way to house the people who are already residing in Richmond and don't have housing? I mean, isn't that, that just seems like a no-brainer to me. And temporary housing won't do it. What's going on right now, so people know, is that there's no, Richmond will put people up in temporary housing, but there's no housing for them to transition into. So people just go into motels and go back on the street. That money is wasted. The other thing, let's see, okay, so the biggest cost in housing development is the utilities grid infrastructure and connection to the utilities grid. And there could be, like, RV parks could be a huge benefit to Richmond, and they would not need to be connected to the utilities grid, and you could create, you could house all of Richmond's homeless just by that without connection to the utilities grid. That's what they did after World War II here in Richmond to house the soldiers returning from the war. Let's see, what else I write down. And we're talking about parks and soccer fields and landscaping and things like that. People are dying on the streets of Richmond from exposure because we don't even have a warming center. And we're talking about whether or not bushes get trimmed. How is it that we can find money and space for more recreational activities and more parks, and we can't find any place to put crippled and sick old ladies and mothers and children who are living in their cars? I just think that the priorities here are bent. We really have to rethink this. If we're going to create housing, create it for everyone, not just the wealthy. Create it for the little kids who don't have any place to sleep at night. The money is there. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, I want to remind people that this is not about development. This is about developer impact fees. I mean, we haven't discussed any developments in this. We've only discussed what fees we are legally able to charge them. If we want to change those policies, how would we do that? Anyone? I know it's something that can't be done at this level. We can change the amount of the fees, but the amount of the fees has to be based on data, which is gathered by yes, go ahead.
So that, it does bring up a question, though. I mean, some of the categories for the different things that we can charge fees for, like police and fire and whatnot, I wonder, I don't know what's allowable and what's not, so this is just a question. But I wonder if we could charge for the creation of emergency facilities or things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you,
Yes.
You're in the middle of taking public testimony.
Yes,
My
okay.
suggestion is you go through the testimony.
Yes,
And then if you
thank
have
you.
questions back for staff,
You're
you ask
absolutely
them.
correct. Thank you. Let's continue. My apologies.
Let's see, I don't know if we had any more. I think that was, we didn't have any more speakers.
Right,
The
that was
thing-
nice.
Yeah, we just
Yeah.
need to close
so-
the public
yeah,
hearing if you'd
so,
like to
So
do
what
that.
I should have done was close public hearing before I asked that question. But that question arose from the testimony of Ms. Tran. Were you finished?
Well, that was just my question, and I do, considering that, with climate change and, with the unhoused problem or, really challenge that we're all faced with, and the need for things like emergency facilities like warming center or, a resiliency center, that crisis centers, and we do not currently have. Could we add a category? Is that allowed?
yeah, absolutely. So the Mitigation Fee Act does not prescribe any particular categories that you have to charge when you implement an impact fee program. So that's one of the difficulties in doing the fee comparison is, not all the cities that we're including in the study charge the same fee categories. But certainly, it's within bounds to charge impact fees for facilities and how, the categories, however you would like to define them. And certainly you could charge them for emergency preparedness and warming centers. And basically, it just needs to meet the criteria that you're expanding the capacity and that it's a facility or a capital asset. So no ongoing operations costs, but the bricks and mortar, the vehicles, the equipment, the capital assets needed to implement, your policy goals are, as long as it falls within that definition of facility, we could calculate a fee to fund new developments, at least their share. New development may not be able to pay for all of it, but certainly like the police station, new development can pay their share, and the city could balance that with funding from other sources.
Thank you. This is the time for clarification questions, and I want to thank Councilmember Robinson for thinking outside the box and for actually not accepting what I had accepted, which is that we are bound by a box. And so she has pushed the walls of the box so that we can consider things that this community needs.
Can I say something really quick?
Yes.
I actually want to thank the caller, the person who was on Zoom, to bring up the issue of the homeless.
That's right.
Because that's actually where the idea came from.
Right, and so I want to thank Jessie Tran for her input. She has helped us in many ways in terms of thinking outside the box. She has brought a lot of good ideas to the council. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, it seems to me that we need to do a lot of tweaks to this study before we approve it. And because I just want to make sure that we put the things that we need. So in 4 years, we can do it and we don't have to pay, or next year that we want to do something, we don't have to pay for another study like this that is missing a lot of things and we just put in more money. So I just feel like I really thank the whole city council for all the questions and Councilmember Robinson for thinking outside the box, because that will add another category. And I think like tonight is more than adopting this feed, is consultant receiving all the feedback about what is missing, what it hasn't been done in this study, bring it back so we can actually adopt a feed study that gets the things that we want. And yeah, I know that In the meantime, in this part, we will be using our current fees. It's not like we are not going to charge fees. And I hope that this can be brought sooner, so we can approve this. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis?
Thank you. Along that same line, I guess Jesus, this thing is sensitive. My question is, I just want to make sure, like, I know we mentioned like the library and other community centers that have not, were not included in the study. So I just want to ask, like, to city staff, can we make sure that those two things, but also things that we may have not mentioned, be communicated to our consultant? Because I just don't want anything to like fall through the cracks, and that we're being as accurate as possible and capturing all our future projects in the pipeline and differentiating between what's coming out of our general fund versus what's coming out of grants. So just wanted to ask if we can make sure we can do that. And I guess I don't know how the appropriate way to ask this question, so I'm just going to ask it the simple way I know. I am interested in, when we're looking at housing, like what that affordable housing exemption looks like. If we're going to exempt people that are going to be providing affordable housing and we want to encourage them to build that, especially with the homeless issue, is there any way to like formalize that in language rather than, I'm not saying this is how we've been doing it, but how it was described today? I just want to make sure we're not doing it arbitrarily, like, oh, this person's doing good, but maybe not this person. Like, how do we formalize that language saying, like, if you're an affordable housing developer meeting certain criteria, that, you know, you won't be impacted by these impact fees? So those are just a couple of clarifying questions I want to put out there, because those are the things that really stuck out to me during the, well, a lot of things did, but two of the main highlights for me.
So it seems that our concern is housing, but I guess the questions are, how do impact fees affect developers' decisions to develop?
So, you know, I don't want to put words in the mouths of developers, but certainly some developers are sensitive to fee increases, particularly if they've already bought the land and are, you know, in the pipeline, the development pipeline. Large increases, as I understand it, can provide a shock and could potentially cause developers to not build. The amount of the increase that would cause a developer to not build or to pursue a project somewhere else, that's something that's debatable, and I would refer you to the builders in your city to give you that input or that feedback as to, you know, how much development or how much an increase in fees they could absorb, and that would be the same for any other cost of doing business. So how much the increase in lumber would affect them as well. It's a similar question at the end of the day. With regards to the affordable housing, how you would memorialize that, for other jurisdictions that I've worked with, it would go into the resolution. So there would be a fee schedule that would have an exemption or a reduction for affordable housing, and then that would get published into the city's master fee schedule so that folks know that if they meet that criteria, they would be paying a certain fee schedule.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you. So what I'm wondering is, when you come back, because I hear that the council as a whole seems to want you to hear our feedback and implement it or incorporate it. I'm wondering if you could give us some alternatives. I don't know if that is appropriate in a public hearing to say, because, you know, if you include this and that, the fees will go up this much. But if you don't include these projects, the fee will be a smaller amount. You know, something for us to kind of get a range of understanding. I see the city
Mayor,
manager.
If I may, if the council would like, based on the discussion, we could, at a subsequent meeting, have a study session before you're asked to reconsider.
Okay, I think that would be very, very helpful.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Councilmember
and-
Robinson.
And
Oh, no,
maybe
I'm sorry.
just, let me just finish. So
Yes.
within that study session, bring some alternatives so we could kind of look at and make some informed decisions.
Right, and we might consider some of our goals and objectives that we will be discussing tomorrow and figure out how they might be included in the impact fees.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, that was actually my question. It seems to me that we should make sure that the costs that are included in order to calculate the fees are things that can be completed within the 5-year term, that the fees will be good. Is that correct, or?
Oh, no,
'Cause-
this is a long-range planning horizon. We're looking out to 2040, and that's why something like the police station is in there, because that will need to get funded over much longer
Over
than
a
just the
longer
5
period of
years. So,
time.
yeah, and really the intent there is that we're identifying facilities that are gonna serve folks for a really long time, so that development between now and then can all chip away and pay their fair share. Because if we're only looking at the 5-year window, those fees would be exorbitant. But really, those facilities are gonna live on and serve everyone. So that's why we're looking at this longer
And then
planning
that's where it
horizon.
becomes, I think, even more problematic, because I would imagine that there's more things that we would want to look at that on that trajectory than just the police station. I mean, I think that we've even talked about like improvements to infrastructure for storm drains and stormwater systems, considering these new rain events that we've been having in the current inadequacy of our storm drain system. You know, some of it is maintenance, but some of it is actually needing redesign. With flooding of streets and things like that, and I don't know that that's been included. So I'm wondering, I just want to make sure that if we're really supposed to be planning on that kind of trajectory, that we've really looked at all of these things and included them.
Yeah.
You know, I think one thing that you need to think about is this is an ongoing process. It's just a part of the city process. All the costs you have in here, 5 years from now would be all different costs. The cost environment changes. That's why you have to come back and periodically look at it, because everything changes. More facilities could come up. It could be that you get grants to pay for the library, so the additional cost you have to collect is going to be different. It's what's going on right now is not an end point of anything. It's just an ongoing process of trying to estimate, and the kinds of costs and things you're looking at, they're, 6 months after you've done this, they're already changing. So you just have to see it as it's your best guess at some point in time. You're going to have to come back and do it again and again make this guess. But the thing is, if you're thinking of building, a $40 million facility 8 years from now, if you don't start putting the money away, you can't build it. And actually, when you go to build it, you will probably do a financing, and part of the financing will be sustained by the revenue projections of what the impact fee is bringing in. So I'm just trying to comment that you need to see this as a long-term process to help fund these facilities. The theory behind the law is that you've invested in infrastructure at the current point in time, and a lot of money's gone into that. The new development is not supposed to pay to upgrade. It's supposed to pay to replicate a similar set of facilities that the new people should be contributing the way the old people have contributed. So that's why there's all this calculation that's going on to try and figure out what are the new facilities, how much of that can be equitably charged to the developer, and how much of it that the current population, who will get some use out of it through the city's general fund and other funding sources, needs to pay that share. So the new people are only paying for the increment that they, in theory, are adding to the community. And then, over time, all the numbers change, and it has to be resorted.
I'm in very much agreement of what you said, and I think the very fact that this is a changing policy with changing needs, we have identified that doing business as usual, which is what the current impact fee is based on, is not adequate for the city's current needs. That's why we've brought up different ideas which need to have funding. And also, we need to recognize that because the current city has failed to provide adequate services for our residents, shouldn't mean that new residences should be subjected to lower standards. You know, in fact, we should think of higher standards for the people who move here so that it's a city that we want to become. So I think it's valuable that we have this conversation, that we consider new ideas, but I do know that we can't base things on things that we would like to happen but aren't happening, you know. But we can base things on what we have versus what we need. So, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I understand what you say, but I disagree a little bit in terms of that, particularly in this study, they are missing things that can be put there. Like the fact that is only one community center and no other things, that is something that we need to revise. The fact that the $15 million that we put from the general fund in the library is not there, we need to put it there. The fact that we can have some other categories like the mitigation, it should be there. And also I noticed that we are basing a lot, like for the storm drains or sewer facility, we are basing our fees and the study based on the facility plan from 2016. So I wonder if that is sufficient enough to do this plan or not in 2023. So I agree that this is no, we will continue to do this more, but we are now paying for this study. And what I want is that this study presents something that is good, and I don't feel like it's enough right now, and we are paying for it. So I think, like, thank you, council members, for challenging, for just asking questions and putting more, because what we need is a high quality study that gives us a really good sense of how we are going to charge developers and so forth in the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Bana.
Quickly, it'd be nice to look into the possibility of Melrose fee versus one-time payment. I don't know why big developers can take advantage of that, but small builders, you know, people who build their first home cannot take advantage of that. I don't know if you can bring it to the next study, if that'd be a possibility, that'd be nice.
I can discuss it. I mean, certainly a Melrose or a special tax, that's an ongoing tax that would be placed on the tax roll to pay for facilities or services going forward. It's kind of a different beast than an impact fee. You can fund different types of things with it, but certainly I can add a discussion to it the next time we
Thank you.
come by.
The Melrose would only be for the development and not for the whole city, correct?
Yeah, there would be and I'm not an expert in Melrose, but there is a process where properties are annexed into the Melrose district. It's a community facilities district.
Right.
And yeah, so yeah, it would not be citywide. It would just be for the new.
So we would still need an impact fee, correct?
Yeah, they could fund separate things. It all comes down to how you structure it and what's being funded. You know, Melrose could fund things like police services, but it could also fund things like facilities. So it's a bit of a different beast.
Right, but the Melrose would be for specific development, and if we have a lot of different developments, you know, like smaller developments, we wouldn't want to make a Melrose for every every new project.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not an expert. I know there are different Melrose schemes where you have new projects annex into the existing Melrose and they pay at the same rate. Like I said, I can come back with a brief discussion. There are other folks in my firm that specialize in those, so I can certainly glean some useful information from them. But like I said, it's an ongoing tax, it's a special tax, it's a bit of a different beast.
Right, okay.
The Melrose in that circuit, it's done by landowners because they can impose it on the land. If you were trying to go to a larger area, you have to, that's occupied, you have to go to a vote. So people won't vote for it. The other thing is, and I've been in cities where it was imposed on small projects, and after about 5 years, those people came to the council and said, why am I paying this assessment when the people 2 blocks away do not pay an assessment? And after a period of time, the council felt there was unfairness there, and so they rescinded it. So it had been set up with the theory that it was going to pay for all these things, but if it's not equitably imposed in a large area, then the people who are subject to it feel like they're being discriminated against.
Yeah, my point was that instead of a one-time fee, that may be too much, if we could break it into like 5-year, 10-year, 20-year fee.
I mean, it has those advantages, but you have to, the people that pay it, it's an assessment that they pay every year. And if they don't feel they're getting some benefit or value to it, then politically they will oppose it.
So, so Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make a motion. My motion is that and first of all, I want to ask the city manager how long, because the city manager said a study session might be useful, and it seems like that's a good idea. So how long, which would give us some alternatives, like maybe some different options before we have the next public hearing where we will have to make a decision. So how long before we could have that study session, would you say?
Council Vice Mayor, if I could please, what would be helpful is, considering the conversation regarding the meeting tomorrow, is if we see how the meeting tomorrow goes, and then after that meeting, we can confer with the consultant regarding the schedule, and I can update the council via email.
Okay.
I don't want to just throw an arbitrary time and not being able to commit to it. So if that would be an acceptable approach, that would be helpful.
Okay, so my motion is that we have the city manager come back at an appropriate time. Perhaps tomorrow we will have that more understood, but the motion, to make it succinct, come back at an appropriate time with some options for how to change these development fees as per the feedback that was provided by this council. And then after we come up with an agreed upon option, schedule the next public hearing.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Motion made by Vice Mayor McLaughlin, seconded by Councilmember Jimenez. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Well, we got through that. Okay, next item.
The next item is under study and action session. Item R1 is to receive a presentation from the city manager on the fiscal year 2022-2023 citywide accomplishments.
KCRT, can you please load the presentation? I will try to keep this brief and succinct, but I do want to specifically acknowledge that there was a great deal of work accomplished last fiscal year, and I wanted to thank the City Council for your leadership and support, and I would also like to thank all of the city team members for their commitment to serving our community and providing excellent customer service. Next slide. So just briefly, I'm going to provide an overview of the 8 city departments that report to me and their subsequent divisions and some high-level accomplishments. And next slide. Also want to remind the council and the community that within the city manager's office, we also, per a charter amendment approved by the voters, we implement and launched the Department of Children and Youth. Currently, that is over $6 million annually, and that's a significant undertaking. And we've also brought additional support in the form of grants administration into the city manager's office that works directly with all city departments, particularly finance. Next slide. In this last fiscal year, we hired a deputy city manager, public works director, and deputy director of public works. We also launched and created an RFP for our Richmond Community Foundation Connects for the Housing First initiative, and over 120 municipal IDs were administered. Next slide. We also have continued to work on class and comp and developed interdepartmental teams to work on supporting unhoused residents and hosted numerous community events. Next slide. In terms of grant administration, one of the things that I want to make sure the council is aware of is that we're piloting a grants enterprise management system collaboratively with finance and IT. This is really important because at this juncture, all of the grant administration previously was all done manually. And so that is a significant undertaking. And so we're hoping that the pilot works and that we'll be able to deploy a system that will enable staff to be more efficient and better serve the needs of our community-based organizations as well as internal staff. Next slide. Last fiscal year, there were 18 youth-serving organizations that received funding, and they also participated in many local convenings locally and regionally. Within, next slide, community development, there's 4 divisions noted here, but we should also not forget our successor agency, which is number 5, because it's the gift that keeps on giving. Even though it's technically redevelopment is supposed to be over, it hasn't quite worked out that way. Next slide. In our building department, over nearly 11,000 permit inspections occurred and nearly 3,700 permits were issued. The building enforcement followed up on 347 cases, and 147 building enforcement cases were closed, and over 3,400 plan checks were completed. I think those are really great numbers and show the dedication of our staff, that they're doing a great job. In addition, next slide, code enforcement has begun the process to collect unpaid receivables. We'll continue that process and understand the council has questions about that, and we'll continue providing information. Over 20 cannabis business permits were issued, over 600 notices of violations were issued, and over 176 vehicles were abated, as well as over 200 administrative citations. A lot of these violations are reported directly from Richmond residents, as well as we do receive inquiries from the council directly. Regarding housing, on the next slide, city staff, I know that this has been difficult, and I fully respect the public comments that we've received, but city staff, considering that they were not, city service is ongoing and changing, it's a dynamic environment. I really do appreciate that city staff have thoughtfully tried to engage with encampment residents and provide support services. We are committed to a path of continuous improvement, and we were able to provide emergency shelter, single room occupancy, and permanent housing to 80 residents at Castro, expend 50% of the 4.8 encampment resolution grant funds by June 30th, and we convened an interdepartmental team and also were awarded an additional $8.6 million in encampment resolution round 2 funding. And again, launching the Housing First program and providing resources for emergency housing assistance in the amount of $525,000 last fiscal year, and we've continued to expand those programs. Next slide. In planning, which actually does do a lot of planning, they completed the adoption of the 6th cycle housing element. They completed the adoption of the bicycle pedestrian action plan, adopted the Richmond Livable Corridors Form-Based Code, and released the draft general plan element, environmental justice element. So I'd really like to thank Ms. Velasco and Mr. Rojas for the work that they're doing there. The Richmond Planning Department has always historically done a great job. They've also worked collaboratively with port staff to enable Terminal 4 to move forward with Moxion and over 1,100 jobs, and was highlighted by the governor. Completed entitlements for supportive and family housing, 135 units at 138th Street, and held community workshops on the Hilltop Horizon specific plan. Next slide. In terms of community services, they really also have 6 divisions. The 6th that's not noted here is special projects, because Ms. White, always from her inception here with the City of Richmond, has always been fabulous and engaging with residents directly and helping spearhead special projects. So I want to thank her for continuing to do that as she leads the work in community services as our Deputy City Manager. In employment and training, on the next slide, you'll see that there was over $4 million in grants provided, over 48 graduates of Richmond Build, and there was a partnership that was launched with Richmond Promise, which is a board that I serve on in your capacity as the Richmond City Manager, to expand and develop internships to create pathways for our Richmond Promise youth. We want to ensure that young people, when they do go off to college, that they feel that there is an opportunity for them to continue to come back home and to work and serve in our community. And I'm really excited to say that I'm experiencing that firsthand. I was at Pogo Park, and there was a young lady who was working there, and she was a alum of Kennedy High School, and now she's attending UC Davis. And so these programs are really changing the lives of young people in our community and making Richmond a place where people know that they can come back home and make a difference, and they don't have to leave our community, that they're welcomed here, and we want to find opportunities for them to stay working and contributing here. Next slide. We recently just spoke about the library grant, and so thank library staff for all their work there and obtaining that grant. And we'll be continuing to move forward with a $30 million renovation of our main library. Over $250,000 was obtained for our new bookmobile, and KCRT worked with LEAP to host an online graduation for our 22 students from the LEAP program. And so again, that's a wonderful program that again provides pathway opportunities for Richmond residents to obtain their GED and then to go on to seek employment and higher paid jobs. With Office of Neighborhood Safety, I'd specifically like to thank ONS and Sam Vaughn in particular for their ongoing work to reduce gun violence in our community. Over 5,000 contacts were made with community members impacted by gun violence, and over 5,000 hours have spent impacting community members. Over 5,000 hours were spent with community members that were impacted by gun violence. 63 conflict mediation sessions were also held, and this work has been absolutely instrumental in the reduction in crime that we're seeing in our community. Recreation, on the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, recreation. I'm trying to say recreation, so they'll go to the next slide. I'm trying to go as fast as possible. Recreation has done a great job of pivoting during the COVID environment and providing in-person and virtual classes for youth, adults, and seniors, and has done a great job reopening our facilities. So we now have services provided on the weekends at library and in our recreation sites. Also, the Love Your Block program has continued to expand, and we've hosted many celebrations in collaboration with our diverse community, and Richmond continues to lead the way in a number of our diverse celebrations, including Cinco de Mayo and Juneteenth, so I want to thank staff for the work they do there. In transportation, we've increased access to transportation and provided supportive services, including shuttles, EVs, and bicycles. Next slide. In economic development, that includes arts and culture, traditional economic development, health and environment, housing authority, port, and real estate. Next slide. In arts and culture, there were public solicitation, and 5 artists were selected for over $500,000 in work, and there were 9 neighborhood program art mini grants that were deployed. Next slide. In economic development, there was a business toolkit that was developed to assist Richmond businesses, and also economic development staff partnered with the Economic Development Commission to host the Taste of Richmond in 2023, and also provided support to port staff during staffing transitions. Next slide. One of the highlights in terms of our work this last fiscal year was a culmination of a 5-year effort with PG&E to increase our franchise fees, which will increase revenue by approximately $3.3 million annually. We've also partnered with Civic Spark to continue to provide employment opportunities and host interns in our office, as well as partner with the Housing Authority with Love Your Block and Earth Day to clean up Richmond Village. Next slide. Our Civic Spark Fellows is a very important program in our community where it's another pathway program for employment in Richmond. Back in 2015, this is how Samantha Carr, our environmental manager, started her career here in the city of Richmond, and it's something that we continue with today. Next slide. In terms of the port, the Terminal 4 wharf removal is in progress, as well as as well as the audit. Next slide. The Marina Bay lease transfer, as well as leases with nonprofits and Congressman Gary Mindy's office were executed. Next slide. For the Richmond Housing Authority, we've continued to implement our FARS agreement. That's our Public Housing Authority Recovery and Sustainability Agreement between HUD, the city, and the Housing Authority, which requires that we continue asset repositioning, which even long after we have our celebration events, like you'll see there on the left-hand side, staff are still working weekly with the developers to close out the permanent financing. So sometimes I just wanted to highlight that because a lot of times when we think about projects, the groundbreaking happens, but unfortunately, fortunately that's a great milestone event, but for staff it means that there's still frequently a long trajectory of additional work that has to be accomplished before we're able to completely move on from a project. Nevin Plaza is currently under construction, and for Nystrom, we completed the ERN. Next slide. In our fire department, next slide, we were currently working on our second academy, and last fiscal year, there was a fire academy, and we were able to bring on 5 new firefighters. There was over 50 public events and a CERT Academy, as well as Richmond Youth Academy deployed and launched. Next slide. There were over 14,000 calls for service, 8,400 medical rescue calls, and 1,340 fires. Next slide. In internal services, led by Deputy City Manager Nikki Maste, that includes finance, human resources, and IT. I want to thank Nikki for pitching in and working with me to cover the finance director slot while that was vacant. And so we're so excited now that we have our finance director in place. The finance team has done an outstanding job working together collaboratively with myself and all the department heads to achieve a balanced budget and to implement Measure U. Want to thank the City Council for their ongoing support. We've collected over $13 million in Measure U tax revenue, and we'll have additional updates in the coming weeks. This PowerPoint was prepared back in June, so some of this information is updated and will be forthcoming. Want to also thank the City Council for your leadership on sunsetting the $156 million pension obligation bonds before significant rate increases. And as a reminder, these specific, the third image here to the right-hand side, those funds there are what we debt service those funds with the 1% pension tax override, and so that enables us to be able to spend general fund dollars on other things because we have that ability to cover some of our pension costs through our property taxes, and so we're very fortunate that we have that capacity to do so because that frees up general fund dollars. In terms of human resources, really want to thank Sharon Taylor for onboarding and her team for onboarding 91 new city employees. Absolutely phenomenal job last fiscal year and continuing on that pace for this year, and promoted over 60 city employees. Also reached tentative agreements with SEIU and 1021 and MOUs in place with 188 and RPOA. In risk management, that is an area where we're on a path of continuous improvement, and they've upgraded we've upgraded EAP software, the EAP program to provide more support to staff. Many of our roles are changing dramatically in real time as we've gone through the pandemic and other changes in our community. And so it's important that we have EAP available to our staff when they need support. We've also hosted a summer wellness fair, and we've obtained new software to assist with tracking and ensuring compliance. Next slide. In information technology, well, you're here in the new upgraded council chamber. So great job to IT, led by Sue Hartman and the entire IT and KCRT team for the work that they've done during our recess and getting this project completed. Next slide. In our police department, next slide, I want to thank Police Chief French for strategically restructuring and maximizing collaboration and workflow efficiency in her in the department. There's also, in partnership with HR, over 32 police department staff hired last fiscal year, and so we're continuing to make progress on filling critical vacancies citywide. In particular in public safety, just want to highlight that since that has been something that has been of ongoing concern. Also having good reductions in property and violent crime. Next slide. In public works, there's 7 divisions: abatement, building maintenance, engineering, fleet, park maintenance, street maintenance, and water resource recovery. So that's why Daniel has his hands full. Daniel Chavarria, our Public Works Director, who I was able to recruit away from one of our neighboring cities. I thank him for joining us and working collaboratively with 2 new deputies that he has in his department, Robert Armijo and Tawfiq Talabi. They've both really rolled up their sleeves and dived in. And want to thank the abatement team. They always get lots of praise, and it's well-deserved for all the great work they do with covering abatement activities. I sent an email today with that information, some longitudinal data, so you can see the work that's happened historically. And one of the things that the abatement team does, and we're able to do this with some of the increases in franchise fees from Republic Services, is we really focus on making sure every neighborhood has a cleanup. And so if there's a neighborhood that currently doesn't have a cleanup, please feel free to call me at 510-620-6512, and I will work with Hugo and Stephanie to make sure we can get a cleanup scheduled in your neighborhood. This year we're at 32, and last year over nearly 2,700 mattresses were moved, and over and 680 seniors and those that self-identify with disabilities were able to have debris removed from their residence. In addition, over 10,000 locations were abated, including 97 locations with weeds that were at risk of fire. Next slide. In terms of building maintenance, the building maintenance team has a significant challenge. There's over 30 city facilities citywide, and they are responsible for maintaining all of them. So they do a tremendous job in the building maintenance team of taking care of our facilities, and that's why we are going to work on a facilities needs assessment, because there's certainly a lot of deferred maintenance, and we appreciate that we have the best DIY team in Richmond here with the Richmond city staff, but we want to make sure that we have better long-term planning put in place, so we can use their expertise more on maintenance and not just having to do so many DIYs. Also, in CIP and engineering on the next slide, there's been lots of work that's been underway. So Ream Creek has been redesigned to restore a section due to the flood risk. ADA ramps are being installed, and the Greenway Gap Closure Connectivity Study was approved. Next slide. In terms of our fleet, due to the pandemic, there was a slowdown with our fleet, but it's now up and moving very quickly. There were, last fiscal year, 15 city pickup trucks were ordered and an additional 18 vehicles. Also, there's been, because there is unfortunately an increase in catalytic converter theft, we have sought new equipment to reduce that, and also purchased and deployed 2 new street sweepers. Next slide. So I want to thank Dee for all of her work there, and Greg Hardesty in our Parks Department. You'll have an item on your agenda on the 3rd or the 10th for a position that they've been requesting. And so don't worry, we haven't forgot about our parks. They're really important. We know to all of our residents, we all like to go to our parks and enjoy them. And we appreciate all the work that the parks team does, maintaining medians and all of the trees and assisting with tree planting. Next slide. In terms of street maintenance, we are fortunate that we have our own street maintenance crew that was able to pour nearly 12,000 tons of asphalt in our city and filled nearly 1,300 potholes. Also, they installed over 700 street signs, and during the rainy season, they filled over 5,000 sandbags. So this work is really important that we have these crews in-house to support and try to improve our paving index. And those are things that we're going to be continuing to work to improve. You'll see a lot of the street maintenance that's been happening citywide. All of the schools, for example, are currently being restriped. In water resource recovery, next slide, the sodium sulfite facility is nearly done and 65% completion on the Grit Mason project. Next slide. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you. What I love about the citywide accomplishments is that as the city council previously praised, sang the praises of Public Works, this sings the praises of the entire city and all the people who make Richmond a great place to live. So thank you, and thanks to the city of Richmond. Thank you to staff, to KCRT, people who are making us look good. So thank you. Are there any comments from others? I'm sure there are. Oh, yes, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, just to reiterate, thank you for all the hard work. It's like we know that things are happening, but just to have it illustrated and see all the accomplishments that happen, it's like, oh, yay, we're actually moving forward in a positive direction. And there's obviously always going to be something that's going to come up that we need to get creative about, but I think it is important that we take a step back and just appreciate some of the work that has been done and knowing that we're going to continue to work on other issues as they come up. But for now, thank you to all the staff citywide for just everything that you're doing to make this city better day by day.
I second it.
Councilmember Cepeda.
One question, was that it?
No, Councilmember Cepeda, but I'm trying to be thoughtful about time because I think Supervisor Joya is waiting to give a presentation too.
Yes, no, thank you so much. Thank you and everyone for all the great work. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
I just want to thank you. Very impressive when you see all these numbers, how much was accomplished. So let's keep up the great work throughout the next year. So thank you.
And I'm going to take note of your reminder of Supervisor Joya waiting. So if there are no more comments, we should move on to the next item. Public comment? Oh, public comment? Yes. Thank you so much. Do we have public comment?
We do not.
We do not.
Mayor, can I just say, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the city clerk's office and city attorney's office because they also keep the wheels running on the bus.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I checked those tires.
Thank you. The next item is item R2, the North Richmond Living Levee Project presentation. Receive a presentation from the North Richmond Shoreline Working Group on the North Richmond Living Levee Project.
Yes.
I brought this project or this presentation because I think like it's really important in terms of like mitigation and climate change, and we had been talking about that. So thank you, Supervisor John Joya, and thank you, Tania Polido, for working with me to get this presentation tonight. So go ahead.
Thanks, Claudia. Sorry I can't be there with you, but first I want to thank you for having this presentation. I think it's really a cutting-edge project. I'm really proud that we can have this here in West County and in Richmond and North Richmond. This project is really about working with the North Richmond community to provide shoreline resiliency, a wetland project to benefit the shoreline and provide other community benefits to the North Richmond community. And it came out of a competition a few years ago. There was the Bay Conservation Development Commission that I serve on, and I know you heard a presentation from them a couple of weeks ago, held an international type of competition, bringing in really expert folks who address sea level rise and worked with local communities to design a project that would protect the shoreline and benefit the community. And so one of those projects was in North Richmond. And so coming out of that was this idea for a living levee. And what we did when this project ended, we assembled a team, and you're going to hear from Josh Bratt next, in which Josh helped lead to really start doing some initial planning to build a project like this along the shoreline. And we were really fortunate in having the West County Wastewater District step up to really host this project on its property. And thanks to Councilmember Zepeda, for at the time he served on the wastewater district for supporting this. And I serve as the vice chair of the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority, which is the Measure AA that raises about 500 million for San Francisco Bay. And Measure AA money from our authority is funding some of this planning effort. And when we hope that when this project is finally designed and done in the design phase, that our Restoration Authority funding can be used to help construct this really innovative project. So those are my opening comments, and what we hope to achieve is for Richmond to be maybe an active partner, and we're working to try to bring in neighboring property owners like Republic Services, because the larger this project is, the more resilience to the shoreline in that area. So with that, I'm going to turn it over, I think, to Josh to take up the next slides.
All right, yes, thank you. I'm not sure if there are slides going or not. I can't see them from where I am, but hopefully they're there. So thank you, Supervisor Joya, and good evening, City Council members. I'm Josh Bratt, Program Coordinator for the Bay Area Regional Collaborative, a consortium of regional agencies and state agencies with a strong regional presence. And our role is to help these agencies work more collaboratively, particularly in the realm of climate change and climate adaptation. And I'm here tonight to provide a brief evolution of the community advocacy and engagement that's protected both the environment and public access in and around North Richmond and its shoreline over the years. As a table setter in the mid-1980s, a citizen group led by Lily Mae Jones, you can go to the next slide, please. Led by Lily Mae Jones, worked against and then in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to design a environmentally and community-friendly flood reduction project on both Wildcat Creek and San Pablo Creeks. And this was sorely needed to finally protect this underserved Black community that was settled in this flood-prone area in the 1940s during the Great Migration. Since then, the Wildcat San Pablo Creeks Watershed Council has brought together nonprofits, agencies, and governmental groups to coordinate the protection and restoration of these two watersheds and to serve as the official advisory board to the County Board of Supervisors. In the late 1990s, there was a rampant speculation and drafted plans by parcel owners to build commercial parks and or housing developments on what was Bruner Marsh. And according to the first wave of Black property owners in Parchester Village, the land had been promised to remain undeveloped. So in another push of citizen advocacy, the North Richmond Shoreline Open Space Alliance formed to protect the area's natural resources and public access. That was led by Whitney Dodson and Dr. Henry Clark, among others. This eventually resulted in the East Bay Regional Park District acquiring Bruner Marsh, restoring it and renaming it Dodson Family Marsh. And around the same time as the marsh restoration, around 2016, the San Francisco Estuary Partnership and the Watershed Project worked with community leaders, youth groups, the general public to create a North Richmond shoreline vision that aligned restoration opportunities with identified community priorities. And one of the recommendations of that vision document was the horizontal levee that we're going to be talking about today. And when the Resilient by Design Challenge selected North Richmond as one of the study areas, the Shoreline Vision document was a helpful starting place for the design team and the advisory, citizen advisory group that was a part of that. So with reports and professional graphics in hand from that, the next step was to form a stakeholder group of interested parties, either folks who have businesses and are operating on the shoreline or concerned about the shoreline. And enough agreement among stakeholders was generated from these monthly meetings to secure funding from the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority to pursue partial construction design for the levee situated behind the West County Wastewater Treatment Plant, and to also explore extending that levee design in both directions from the wastewater plant to better protect the communities, transportation corridors, and businesses that are there against sea level rise. So that is just a quick table setting, and I'm going to turn it over to Nama from the Watershed Project to discuss community engagement that's occurred over time. I think we're one slide past this one, or maybe this is the right one. Take it away now.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you wanted that one, Josh. I'll use it as well. So hello, everybody. My name is Nama. I'm from the Watershed Project. I'm also a Richmond resident, by the way. Really proud to present this flagship project to you. It's a truly unique approach to sea level rise, taking nature-based solution to the cutting edge, and really working toward improving both the natural and the human environment while creating a better resilience to climate change, especially sea level rise in our area. So we did this by engaging community members early and often. Not only that, but what we did is we used a participatory approach to community engagement. And the reason this project is so cutting edge, in addition to the design solution that Tim will show you briefly in a second, the reason it's a cutting edge program is because what we try to do is we try to bring community members to the decision-making table, working with designers and engineers and agencies in order to develop plans for this project. And so it started with we reached out to community members. We created kind of a workshop about the impacts and risks from climate change in the neighborhood, in the area and the neighborhoods close to the Bay Shore. And we invited them, we reached out to multiple organizations and faith-based organization, community groups, neighborhood councils, and we asked community members to work with us on a weekly basis, and this was a paid consultancy position. We were able to recruit 20 community members from this area. And we started to work with them, and because we knew that what we wanted is we wanted them to work with the designers and the engineers. We started with a learning academy. We taught them we brought them up to speed and provided the knowledge they need for that. We took them into to field sites, which is some of the examples you saw there. You see in this slide, and then following that, we started to work. And we divided into 3 different groups. So there won't be many people in each group, and people will really be able to be actively, participate in the project. And so one group, for example, sat and looked at the physical solutions for sea level rise and what's possible and what's not possible, what's doable and what's not doable, and then looked at access point to the shoreline and transportation routes and different community amenities. But we also connected that to other things, like we want to from the early stage make sure that community members will be engaged in the implementation and in the maintenance phases. And we talked about workforce development. And last, what we also did with community members is that we co-designed and co-facilitated a community survey asking about their preferences and priorities. And we designed the survey with community members, and the community members then took that surveys to their community, and the information they brought back was delivered to the architects and the designers. And I will pass it now to Tim and try to shift this into presentation mode.
Sure. Thanks, Nama. I'm just going to pick up where Nama's left us here with just a little more detail about the outcomes from the co-design process and how they're reacting in the plans now. So good evening, everyone. I'm Tim Millett Parks. I work at a firm called Methune. We're design consultants, and I'm speaking for a group of engineers and others who are on the team here. We're the prime consultants to West County Wastewater in developing this part of the project. And we've been involved since the Resilient by Design effort that Josh and Supervisor Julia both mentioned, working alongside Watershed Project all those years. So what you're seeing here is a sort of sampling of the priorities for amenities and activities that we heard from the community process were important to folks along the shoreline. And so as Nama mentioned, we worked through how to balance and find ways to have multiple benefits between these kinds of amenities on the shoreline and sea level rise protections that are nature-based, that then also allow for the crucial ecosystems in Wildcat and San Pablo marshes to continue to thrive as sea levels begin to rise. And so if we roll to the next slide, just revisiting this map for a moment to say a little bit about the sort of two scopes, the two physical scopes of the project. Outlined in the magenta pinkish red line is a roughly 5-mile stretch of shoreline where the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority grant is providing funds for the team to develop planning concepts, to have conversations with stakeholders throughout that area to talk about everyone's shared vulnerabilities to sea level rise and develop the kind of high level balancing of ecosystem services with community amenities. And then in the yellow zone, sort of in the center of the plan there, adjacent to West County Wastewater's treatment facility, there's what nested within the larger plan is a phase 1 project where we will be taking to 30% design drawings a living levee or horizontal levee concept. And so one of the things that you see in this map from these tones of blue, which are indicative of sea level rise predictions from the Ocean Protections Council from 2070 to about 2100 or so, there's a real shared vulnerability, and it crosses jurisdictional lines, it crosses parcel lines. And so there's a real theme and a real emphasis and a real need for a high level of collaboration across agencies, across stakeholders, across property owners to really make sure that we're all adapting and protecting comprehensively. And so maybe rolling to the next slide, this just gives a sense of all the wide range of parcels along this portion of the shoreline. The ones that you see in green are ones where the team has had one-on-one conversations and workshops with those parcel holders. And most of those folks are also a part of the working group that Josh mentioned at the outset. And so really focusing on building the relationships and the coalition that would be needed to really see a project like this into fruition. So next slide. And just want to take a pause here for a second and convey what we mean by multiple benefit, what we mean by nature-based adaptations. So what you're seeing in a kind of reduced diagram here is a kind of typical approach to sea level rise flood control, where you would have a hardened levee wall with maybe some riprap rock boulders, revetment in front of it. And you get sort of one benefit from that kind of approach, which is protecting from coastal flooding. But if you go to the next slide, what this project seeks is a larger range of benefits. And so what you're seeing in this diagram is how on the bay side of that of the levee core, we can begin to shape earth and grading that will allow over time the ecosystems of the marsh to rise as sea levels rise. So it's providing that migration space for the plants and the animals that are so important to biodiversity. The marshes are important to as a carbon sink to reduce our emissions over time. And so this kind of an approach allows these multiple benefits to happen in conjunction with trails and amenity spaces and community-defined benefits that can happen at the top of and on the landward side of the nature-based approach. So if you roll to the next slide, that was the sort of driving thought behind our work with the community to find those opportunities along the shoreline to implement the kind of wide range of multiple benefit approach. Next slide. You can just see a little bit of a zoom in here of how that long gradual slope on the left of these drawings allows the marsh ecosystem to rise as the sea levels rise. And then on top of that, you have opportunities for amenity space, for trails. And then on the to the right of these drawings, on the landward side opposite the bay, you have an opportunity for stormwater improvements, for planted buffers, things that could add additional benefit beyond the sea level rise adaptation. Next slide. So zooming back out to the full extent of the scope for a moment, as I mentioned in yellow is the phase 1 project at West County Wastewater's treatment facility. And just north and south of that, in those red zones, we've identified where the lowest points along the parkway that are the likely flooding pathways in any future sea level rise scenarios are. And we started to identify those as sort of the next term collaboration clusters where different layers of property owners and agency folks could come together and start to develop a collaborative approach to continuing the pattern of collaborative resilience along this part of the shoreline. So we're just going to zoom into each one of those quickly here. So this is in the south, so we're in a bird's eye here, floating above Wildcat Creek. You can see La Pulga, the flea market to the bottom of the photograph. Right in the middle there is West County Wastewater's treatment facility. And if you go to the next slide, this is a series of studies where we've identified where the flooding pathways are, and in green, where there are opportunities for some of that nature-based approach that'll allow the ecosystems to thrive over time. Next slide. Again, a myriad of property owners and agencies that can come together here to look at the path forward. Next slide. And then back to that bird's eye view, looking at how those nature-based approaches, the space they would need, could also support improved trail connections along Wildcat Creek, improved trail connections to the Bay Trail, and then where those opportunities to bring forward all of the co-design outcomes from the community process are for amenities in this area. And then a similar set of studies starting on the next slide at the north end, sort of hovering here above San Pablo Marsh, looking back to the south towards Chevron and West County's properties. Next slide. And this is another opportunity to protect from sea level rise an important portion of the Richmond Parkway. Around number 2 there on this image, you can see where the flooding pathway and overtopping across the parkway would be. And then again, in the green zones, opportunities for nature-based marsh migration strategies. Next slide. Again, many property owners and agency coordinations needed. It'll be a recurring theme throughout this project and across the Bay as we grapple with this over the coming decades. Next slide. And then again, just another look at that bird's eye view as we begin to look for those opportunities for those community identified priorities to be a part of the project. And so next slide. Finally, I'm going to wrap up with a little description of the phase 1 project, which is happening at the edge of West County Wastewater's treatment facility as it nears Wildcat Marsh. Next slide. So in this plan view, you're seeing the sort of potential alignment of a living levee strategy that would allow for wetland migration, that would allow for boardwalks and overlooks, the kinds of things we heard from the community as their priorities. And what makes this particular footprint possible is that, and Andrew can touch on this with more depth, but the upgrades to the West County Wastewater Treatment Facility are reconfiguring their needs for certain land uses on their property. And so we're able to sort of pull back from the marsh edge onto their property and provide that migration space for the future marsh without filling into existing marsh. So this is kind of an ideal scenario that's playing out here, where there's a shoreline reconfiguration that enables the space for nature-based adaptation and these community amenities to all be brought together in one section here at this first phase 1 project, which can offer a real learning opportunity for everyone in the study area as this project moves towards 30% drawings, which will complete over the next month or so. We've had a couple meetings with regulators. We've had meetings with folks from Richmond Planning. And so anyway, just excited to continue those conversations and those collaborations. So I think I'm going to pause there and invite Andrew to talk about some of the next steps here.
Thank you, Tim. I'm Andrew Klaw. I'm the General Manager of West County Wastewater, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. And I'll take it. Tim got to show all the nice slides. I get a hard to read chart, but I'll tell you what we're talking about here is just what are we doing next? And he mentioned what we refer to as our Clean and Green project, which is a comprehensive energy project where we're optimizing our operations, and in the process, we will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 93%, generate 100% of all of our on-site power needs, and develop a microgrid for uninterrupted operations, and a sustainable one that's powered by cogeneration through methane gas and solar, not using a diesel. And all of this allows us to get out of the sludge farming business. You saw from those overheads in the yellow spot in the middle small diagram there, we're right between Wildcat and San Pablo Creeks. And we have a whole bunch of open ponds where the biosolids go. Richmond's come down a pipeline to there as well. And we're getting out of that business. We'll be taking those biosolids and generating, the methane gas and then electricity from them, and creating a product, a Class A biosolid product at the other end, reducing odor as well. And we built it with enough capacity to continue to take all of Richmond's biosolids as well, therefore reducing the greenhouse gas emissions and carbon footprint made by your own treatment plant. But another thing that this does is it provides a tremendous opportunity in that we have property now available. And one of the things that we've done is we've constructed a significant increase to our equalization basins, which during severe storm events will allow us to store more of the untreated water and then be able to slowly put it back into the plant and hopefully avoid any sanitary sewer overflows even during some of the largest storms. But it also allows us to maneuver, and we work closely with that project to find parts of those ponds that we could decommission, areas where they were most valuable, so that we could do habitat restoration, improve the alignments of the trails, and essentially adjust that property boundary and provide more habitat and more development along there. We're nearing 30% design for the phase 1 section that Tim talked about. We're also near completion of a North Richmond collaborative shoreline plan, and another component of it, which I don't believe you mentioned, Nama, was the Indigenous tribal engagement, interpretation, and storytelling component, which is also funded. All of that work is through a grant that we are administering through West County Wastewater, but is from the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority. And that's allowed us to get to this point. At the same time, what we're showing in these charts, essentially, are just overlapping drawings, overlapping dates, saying that by fall of this year, we'll complete that phase, but we're really looking to get into the additional design of phase one, as well as more details on the whole 5-mile shoreline along the North Richmond shoreline. So we're working together. We're continuing to facilitate and host the North Richmond Shoreline Working Group. We're strengthening our cooperative partnerships with neighboring properties, with nonprofits, with other agencies, and we're partnering and applying for more grant funding. One is, we're looking hopefully for some additional design dollars from the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority and Collaborative Shoreline Plan. We'll be applying to continue that work. We're partnering with Contra Costa County and many others in their efforts to get funding through the Office of Planning and Research to deal with many of the governance issues that will be critically important to figure out how we handle private property, public property. What is it going to look like? Are there going to be easements? Are there going to be conservation easements? Are there going to be, we heard earlier this evening, the new development, the developer impact fees, et cetera. What consideration is being taken for development along the shoreline to allow for conservation easements that could ultimately provide space and room for some of this protection along the shoreline that would be needed for some of those vulnerable further inland populations. We work together with the Coastal Conservancy and the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority, as well as many others. We're applying for federal funds through the Climate Resilience Regional Challenge, some NOAA dollars that would be for work around the Bay, but would also focus some of that effort specifically on this levee, living levee project in North Richmond. Also continuing to work with the Army Corps of Engineers, Congressman Garamendi's office, and want to thank Congressman DeSalinet's office for initiating us securing an authorization within the Water Resource Development Act funds to help with construction ultimately of phase one. There's still a long way to go with that, trying to see how we can free up those dollars. But all of this is going to be continuing work with our partners, with the community, and how we can put together all of these different efforts, the different state, local funding and efforts to develop really an opportunity here for us to dramatically improve the trails and the access to the waterfront in this area, as well as protecting this investment in the future that we put into the West County wastewater facilities. I'll stop there. I could go on, like you said, Tim, in a lot of detail about the project, this one, and also our construction efforts, but that kind of sums it up, I believe. And I'll turn it back to Supervisor Joya for the final slide here.
Thanks. So I will just say we'd welcome Richmond's participation in this. It makes sense to expand this shoreline protection to include areas within the city. And we'd love to have the appropriate staff person from the city participate in our meetings as we move forward. So thanks again for the time. And again, you can see this is a pretty innovative partnership that will, I think, be a model for other areas.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions. They're technical questions, but I'm not going to take up our time asking them. I will talk to you one-on-one so that I can get answers to them. But I am curious about groundwater and how groundwater will be dealt with these levees. I'm also concerned about other parts of Richmond. We have a lot of Richmond that's landfilled and used to be a swamp. And so, what affects one area affects other areas that are nearby. And so I know that there's a lot of thought into this. I'm just, curious as to the long-term vision. I know that the Dodson Marsh was thought through very clearly, and it's a very beautiful success story as far as I'm concerned. So I have Vice Mayor Gail McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I do want to say that we, as a council, have directed staff to create, for the bulk of our shoreline, which is, our 32-mile shoreline. I mean, this project is great, and I know it touches on a piece of Richmond, but mostly an unincorporated and, wonderful project, but we need our own project, and we do have an RFP that Lena Velasco has already created, and it's going to be circulated so that we will have a shoreline resiliency and adaptation plan for the bulk of our shoreline, and it's filled with toxins in many ways, as you likely know. And that's some of the questions that I have. So I have a few questions. So first of all, because there are, although a lot of toxins are on our south shoreline, there are toxins along our north shoreline. We have Chevron, of course, there. So I want to ask you, first of all, about Chevron. So on, I think it was slide 9, with the stakeholder engagement map, they've listed a bunch of participants, but not Chevron. And then on slide 15, collaboration clusters, Chevron is shown as a parcel owner, but not as a collaborator. And then on the, I guess it's slide 18, collaboration cluster south, that lists Chevron as a property owner with contact still needed. So what I'm wondering is, what is the status of communication between Chevron and this project? And if they're not participating, why not? And what is going to happen? I mean, we need to know what's going to happen with the toxic waste at the refinery as sea level rises. So if you could answer me that question first about the relationship with Chevron.
Yeah, I'll answer that, Gail. First, good question. Thank you for asking that. Let me just say one item. When you talked, just before even the Chevron question, when you talked about a city project, I think there is an opportunity here for the city to be involved to make this partially a city project as well, because this North Richmond shoreline includes areas could protect areas in the city and the unincorporated area. And so, and maybe the folks, the more technical folks on the team can talk about how a longer living levee in Richmond
I
would
do
be
want to
something.
stop you
Yeah,
there, Supervisor Joya, because we went through, I put a lot of time and we had an extensive discussion. We have a lot, we're going to have a toxic inventory along with some nature-based strategies. I think there could be some coordination, but we need to have our own RFP with our own, with all the things that have been listed via the RFP proposal that's going to be, that's probably circulating already. But I do think we certainly can have some parallel collaboration along the way.
right. So as to Chevron, we have spoken to neighboring property owners, including the two largest being Republic and Chevron. Republic, I think, is interested in participating and will be putting more effort into it. As to Chevron, they basically said they would monitor the process and would not participate at this time. Why is that? I believe this is sort of what's come to us, is their lawyers believe that Chevron participating in this project would, this is again their lawyers believing this, would make Chevron more at risk in those lawsuits filed against various oil companies, including Chevron, for causing climate change. So that's what I believe is the reason they're not participating. So they claim that they will monitor the process, but are not formally participating. So that's my best understanding of that issue, Gail.
So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because we know when sea level rises, there's going to be a lot, I mean, there's those toxic ponds at the refinery. And, there will be contamination, and we don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to close the refinery? How many feet of sea level rise would be required for them to say, hey, for the sake of the environment and the community, we need to close the refinery. But if they're not participating, how do we know if that's going to happen? All right. Go ahead if you have more, please.
Right.
I think.
And yeah, I'm just saying that's what, I think that's why they're not participating. Yeah. I'm not saying I
Okay.
agree with that. I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
why they're
I
not
hear you.
participating.
I hear you, thanks. And the other thing is something, well, I have a couple more questions, but the mayor brought up the groundwater issue. We had a couple presentations by,
Dr. Hill.
Dr. Hill, I was going to say Dr. Hill, but I thought that didn't sound right. Dr. Hill, who's a professor and whose expertise is in groundwater rise during this climate crisis we're all in. So she really talked heavily about the importance of understanding groundwater rise in the context of sea level rise. And I didn't hear anything about that in this presentation. So a question is, how is the levee being engineered to avoid rising groundwater inside the levee? Because we know there's going to be water going under the levee at a certain point. It's going to push the seawater under the levee, and then that's going to cause the groundwater to rise. And so my question is, how is the levee being engineered to avoid rising groundwater inside the levee? And will the storm drain system be able to cope with all these water sources, seawater, groundwater, stormwater? So a two-part question. How is it being engineered for this groundwater issue? And also, will this storm drain system be able to cope? Have you considered those two aspects?
Thank you for those questions. I can start there, but if others on the team would lean in, that's great as well. So to start to answer the question, the concepts that you saw on the screen or in the slides and that we're continuing to advance are going through review currently with our geotechnical engineers, who are providing comment on how we, as we get into more detailed drawings and more detailed engineering, how the construction technique of the levee may, alter over its before implementation. Your stormwater question is a great one as well. The current approach for the stormwater is that there's space in the West County wastewater reconfigured property for there to be a stormwater capture basin that the team is identifying and designing, and then that stormwater will be used as irrigation source for the levee slopes. And then there'll be a tide gate that allows, excess to be able to be released at the proper moment hydrologically. And so the rising groundwater has both aspects, as you're pointing out, to the engineering of the levee, but also to the potential of mobility of different, even possible toxins in the groundwater. And part of what our scope is right now is to identify data gaps for future consideration as the continuation of design and engineering happens. And that's a big part of our report out of the data gaps throughout the shoreline study right now. So we're identifying all of those areas where we have some information, but where more information is needed, so that as we continue to pursue additional funding, as Andrew mentioned, that filling in those data gaps related to groundwater and toxin mobility will be able to be filled in before advancing to any final design or engineering drawings.
Okay, thank you for that. Another question is, we know that within the levee boundaries is the closed landfill, and at the landfill, and these are, I believe, Republic subsidiaries. It's a Class 1 landfill. I'm sorry, it's a Class 2 landfill with a Class 1 hazardous waste management facility that's at the foot of the larger Class 2 landfill. So this Class 1 hazardous waste management facility is really a big concern. It's 28 acres out of the 160 acres of the Class 2 landfill. So my question is, have you considered the impact of sea level rise on on this whole Class 2 landfill, which some call Garbage Mountain? It's been called that over the course of years. And 28 acres of that are really, really bad stuff, you know. So have you thought about how sea level rise is going to impact the landfill and the hazardous waste facility?
I can start there. If others want to join in, that's great. I'll mention that the Republic Services, the landfill conditions that you just described are just north beyond the Phase 1 project at least. But so the extent of thinking there has been just at the sort of planning and strategy level so far. But I will say that the team in conversations, high-level conversations with folks from Republic, have started discussing what kinds of edge modifications could be implemented to protect the cap from increased wave action and increased erosion as sea levels rise. And we'll be including some of those strategies in the final report out from this sort of planning phase, and then identify what new information or continued information the next level of engineering would be required in collaboration with Republic to be able to get to some final engineering solutions. But we are being mindful of what opportunities there are to increase the resilience of the cap to withstanding the increased wave action that'll be coming with sea level rise.
And as part of that coordination with Republic, there's important connections there. There's important hydraulic connections. There's trail access. They also send their leachate from those treatment ponds you were referring to currently off to either the city of Richmond's treatment plant or our treatment plant, and ultimately it will all be coming over to West County wastewater. So those delivery mechanisms, the pipelines between them, the rising groundwater will also potentially float some existing infrastructure as it pushes up against gravity, basically, and some of it will float rather than stay in place. So there's a whole bunch of different things that will have to be looked at regarding that. And as Tim said, this first phase is 30% essentially, conceptual design. So identifying, categorizing as many of these challenges as possible, but the solutions and exactly how to handle them all really is coming in the next phase of design.
I want to add something. As you said, Andrew, we are in conversation with the Republic, and that is helpful. There's one thing that we haven't said, and I think, and it's really important to understand that the impact of not communicating with Chevron. So, one of the basic understanding of these type of large projects is that it makes sense to collaborate. It makes the project more effective and more affordable. And the Chevron refinery, as the largest landowner, we had to basically come up with two different designs of understanding how effective the shoreline living levy will be, based on if we will be able to collaborate with them or not.
Yeah, it's important, but as Supervisor Joya mentioned, the communication, to really be communication, needs to be two-way. We continue to reach out to them, contact them, and we interact with them regularly because they send water our way, and we send our recycled water to them. But they really won't comment or engage on this specific topic.
Well, okay, I don't know what more could be done. I do think that I agree with you 100% that Chevron should be involved in this projects should participate. And, I don't know if you can think of anything to induce that participation. I think it's really important. So thank you for continuing to try, and I'll put some thought as to what kind of inducement could occur to make them come to the table on this. My very last question is about the tribal engagement. So can you tell us a little bit about that process? I saw that there was an engagement with the tribes within the boundaries of this project.
Perhaps I can speak about that. We meet with them regularly to address issues that are important for them. One of the things, for example, is not disclosing locations of possible shell mounds around the area because they're concerned of harming them. Another thing we do with them is we created, we're building, we worked with a local artist called Obi Kaufman, if any of you are familiar with him, and he created 3 signs for the shoreline, and they're going to be posted soon. And with our tribal members, we work to create a unique land acknowledgement for the shoreline. And the last thing that I can mention is that we did a series of video interviews with the tribal partners to kind of gather their stories and information on the shoreline and how tribes used and still use the shoreline today, and that we're creating a website for them to use with those videos.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my questions for now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, I'd like to open it up to public comment.
We have one in-person speaker, Jamin Purcell. Okay, go ahead.
Well, so honestly, I would say that, Gail, you asked pretty much all my questions. But I really do think that this is a fantastic project, and I do hope that there is something that can be done to bring this further to be able to address the sea level rise issues and climate change, because it is not just about the water coming in, but it's also that losing all that sediment as it goes out. And we have seen that beyond the carbon capture that wetlands be able to provide, they also provide a larger habitat for the shoreline to be able to flourish. And as we know, it's going to get we're going to get a larger bay. Let's try and do everything possible to be able to make sure it's a sustainable one. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right, then public comment is closed. Now's time for council discussion. If not, we can move on to our next item. We only have one more item left. We might be able to finish in time, but I see that Councilmember Jimenez has comments.
Yeah, a little. I just wanted to say thank you, Supervisor Joya and staff and the Watershed Project for working on this important topic. I hope that, as Supervisor Joya said, we can start looking at how we can collaborate either on these or other projects similar, because I think we as Richmond we have the longest shoreline in the bay, and we need to start thinking and making some actions in how we are going to protect the shoreline. And a collaboration with the county will be important in doing so. Thank you.
I just want to add to that it's so important. So that's why I brought that plan direction to staff to come up with an RFP for a shoreline plan, because we have 32 miles of shoreline, and the reason I think it needs to be a separate plan, except for our port. We're keeping the port separate because that's being looked at for economic development. But we have so many toxic sites along our south shoreline, and then as we move into the northern, there's other areas that this unincorporated area does not take into account. And I mean, the groundwater rising is really, really important. Our RFP is quite extensive and addresses all these issues. I hope that your plan, as you move into the next phase, will address the groundwater issue, because that is really, really important. And again, I think that, you know, our plans will meet at some point, but each one of them need to have their own separateness, and we can learn from each other along the way.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everyone who presented and give a shout out to my former agency, the West County Wastewater District, for continuing to lead this project as one of the main organizers of it there, and Council and Supervisor Joya as well for giving your time and your effort to making this all good for our communities. And hopefully we can get other agencies around to continue supporting. So thank you.
Yes, and as BCDC demonstrated at the last city council meeting, what's done in one area affects the entire Bay Area. So we do need to make sure that we have a comprehensive Bay-wide plan. Thank you for taking the first steps in looking at how to protect our shoreline, but we do need to include everyone. And it's unfortunate that that legal matters have to interfere with the welfare of the entire bay of the city of Richmond. So hopefully Chevron will do what's right and engage in the wall that's necessary. So if there's no other comments, we will move on to the next item.
The next item is to receive a presentation from Contra Costa Health regarding the Anyone, Anywhere, Anytime A3 program, which is an innovative approach to provide timely and appropriate mental and behavioral health crisis services to people in Contra Costa County.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Anna Roth, and I'm the Health Director. And I'm joined actually this evening by Dr. Suzanne Tavano, who is our County Behavioral Health Director. And we would just like to thank you for the opportunity to join you this evening to talk a little bit about our program, and would really like to thank Councilmember Bana and LaShonda White for bringing this item forward. So we are going to be presenting our A3 program. We'll provide sort of an overview of the program. We will actually provide a overview of the funding, and Dr. Tavano will also provide, I think, a look forward, and then we'll be available to answer any questions for you. Does that sound okay?
Great. Let's move on. Let's do it.
Thanks. So I believe you are running the slides. So if we could pull up those slides, I'm happy to do that. And if that's not the case, I do have. Okay, great. Thank you. So if we go to the next slide, we'll just kind of talk about the A3 program itself. Really, the mission of the program is to provide timely, appropriate behavioral health service for anyone, anywhere, anytime in Contra Costa County. This was really designed in collaboration with our community. And if we look at the next slide, it just kind of gives you sort of a picture of how we kind of got here. And how we got here really is we were called on. We know that there was a discussion at the mayor's conference in the summer of 2020, or in September of 2020. There was a subgroup of public managers who approached the health department and said, let's work on this together. The mayors actually had requested for us to work together. So we did, in partnership with all 19 cities, really put together a design process where we engaged more than 75 stakeholders, and we brought a variety of people together: community groups, family members, individuals with lived experience, city and county staff, our elected board of supervisors and city council members, law enforcement, state and federal legislators and really work together to design what the program we're going to be talking about tonight. In addition to that, I think a really critical thing that you'll hear Dr. Tavana talk about a little bit later, but I really want to acknowledge, is the passage of Measure X, which really does serve as a core base funding for this program going forward. But so what we did really, and just in a nutshell, is sort of we came together, we provided sort of an improvement science structure to do the design. We did that over the course of the course of the winter of 2020 into 2021, and really did a soft launch by July 2021. And then we're going to talk about some of the progress as we go on. So if we look at the next slide, again, just to sort of set the stage of just how significant I think the issues that we're all facing together. We know that in Contra Costa County, 1 in 5 adults are experiencing behavioral health issues. We also know that Americans with serious mental health issues are actually dying 15 to 30 years earlier than their counterparts who do not have those same health issues. In our county, behavioral health issues are the third most common reason an ambulance is called anywhere in our county. And every year we are seeing approximately 8,000 visits to the psychiatric emergency services in our county. I mean, one stat that I don't have on here, but we all know, and I think it's intuitive, many people know this, and that is that at least a third of the people coming into our detention facilities are experiencing or are suffering from some sort of behavioral health issue. And we actually run detention house, so we actually know, about that very intimately. So this is a really significant problem in our community. And so again, we came together and we started to work up against a design. A couple of the things that we really come to realize as we talk to sort of people who are experiencing mental health issues, as well as people who are responding, which in many cases, were law enforcement from all of your cities. We know that basically they didn't have anybody, they didn't have any other options. So they call 911, and the current model really was the police show up. So when we designed our model, when you look at the next slide, we designed another option. So again, we know that what people really need is they need to be able to call somebody for help. So the model is sort of designed that there is someone to talk to, right? So they make the phone call. And in our county, and I think you'll hear a lot about this, what's the phone number? Is it 988? Is it 911? Is it 211? I just want to give credit to the design team to say you can call any of those numbers and you will actually still get to the Miles Hall call center, because what we know and what we learn through the design process is not everybody even knows which county that they are in. Not everybody, even if there's a number and it's fairly known, when the time comes and they're experiencing a crisis, they don't always know which number to call. The other thing we know is that 911 is probably the best branded number out there. And it's going to take a long time for us, even though we are now implementing and using 988 in this county, it will be many, many years before it's adopted in the same kind of way that a number like 911 is. And so when we designed sort of that, who do you call, we kind of allowed for and built in the fact that many people are going to call a variety of numbers. And there was a lot of work that we've done with the dispatch centers across the county, which we'll talk about a little bit more. That call then takes you straight to two places, right? To the 911 center or to the Miles Hall call center, because you can call directly into the Miles Hall call center. And then that really gives you somebody to talk to, right? So those 911 operators, we already know, are very highly trained. Now at the Miles Hall call center, we have therapists that are there to sort of triage and screen those calls, and if appropriate, provide crisis service right then and there, and if needed, send a mobile response team out. when that response team then has a variety of, again, different levels of care. But just again, one of the design principles that we designed up against is sort of just even recognizing behavioral health emergency as an emergency. If you call 911, you're having a medical emergency, you're having a fire or some sort of crime, we actually have a response for that. But if you're having a behavioral health emergency, we don't have any response for that. So again, this team designed that fourth option of the emergency response. So again, that now we can send mobile crisis teams out. And so that is really, again, those are really those on the ground mental health clinicians arriving to the scene to respond, to support people where they are in their community. And then finally, it's really the premise, and I think one of the biggest pieces of work we have ahead of us is really, where do you go then, right? And again, I think having a place to go is really critical. And I think we heard some discussions about the people who are unhoused, which I think, again, a lot of people, that there's a lot of overlap in the populations, where we have a lot of people who are unhoused who are having behavioral health issues, and a lot of people with behavioral health issues who are unhoused, sort of regardless of what the root cause is, there's a lot of overlap within that population. We are working really hard, and you're going to hear Dr. Tavano talking about a lot of the different kinds of housing options and different kinds of treatment facilities that we're looking at building, but also our current ones that we're looking at optimizing. So currently now, people will go to a medical emergency department. They will go very often to the psychiatric emergency department, which is located at CCRMC. But there's also community-based services. And then there's also what we're looking to build out, the vision that we're really looking to build out, which is really a wellness or behavioral health campus. And again, I think that is where the work ahead, and where hopefully we have the opportunity to partner together with you, with the city of Richmond, because I think this is where I think the critical role between the partnership between the county and the cities. This is one of the places where we hope to really work together. As we look at the next slide, I just want to give you a little bit of background about some of the work we've done with specifically when we're thinking about sort of that somebody to call, right? Somebody to talk to. So when these calls come in, again, this is just to give you a little view of sort of the whiteboard work that's gone into this. One of the things we did is we've been working with your dispatch centers across the county. And we have actually co-designed a variety of workflows with them. When we were doing this work, we had 2 design sessions with them in the month of June. And those design sessions resulted in sort of us creating a county-wide procedure that really talks about sort of when do the calls come into the 911, to your 911 centers, when do those calls then get transferred over to the Miles Hall call center, and vice versa. So a lot of thinking about how there's a lot of moving parts with these public safety answering points, or those 911 centers. And there's a lot of moving parts between our behavioral health call center. So we've been looking at a variety of processes. We've also looked at models around the country. We just sent this last week a team of 13 people to look at the dispatch program in Denver. It's called the Denver STAR program. It was started by the Denver Police Department. And that's really, again, that's a dispatching model that really is based on a very common model called the Cahoots model. But it again is sort of how these public safety dispatchers dispatch out mental health teams. And so Dr. Tavano actually went on that trip, and she'll maybe be able to speak to that if anybody's interested in that. But again, just to say that through all of this collaboration, we did come up with a countywide procedure, and we have now sent that procedure to all of the fire chiefs and all of the police chiefs across the county, and we are waiting for their feedback at this October meeting that we're having with them. And we hope to be rolling out a countywide sort of dispatch workflow, again, that we have co-designed with your dispatchers, but also has been vetted by your police chiefs and fire chiefs. As we look at the next slide, this is just to give you kind of some milestones of where we kind of are with the program. I don't know when the last time we came to talk with you was. So again, if some of this is a repeat, apologize for that. But so in 2020, we actually launched, or 2021, we launched the program. We started with limited hours, 1 to 4:30. We took our first phone call in August in the call center. As we kind of move into 2022, we expanded those hours from 8 in the morning till 8:30, till 6:30, I'm sorry, at night. We then at that point engaged UC Berkeley to come in to do a formal evaluation of our program, which will be a multi-year evaluation, but so there's a research team evaluating our program. And then we actually made the first new hire, because we had some hires already for the A3 program. As we kind of look at this year, there's been a lot of growth this year. And I'll just kind of start by give you a couple touch points. We had 2 mobile teams going in January. We were working again to expand sort of those days and hours. By April, we had come up to 15 teams, and we were working from 8 a.m. to 12:30. And in August, now we have expanded to 25 teams. And by January, we are going to be actually operating 24/7. So there's been sort of pretty rapid ramp up of these teams. And we're continuing to expand. And I think, again, at the same time, we've been refining the workflows. So there's been a lot of activity going. And so again, Dr. Giovanna will talk a little bit more about that. I just wanted to give you just a little sense of what the teams, again, the kinds of service that we offer. So if we look at the next slide, this goes over sort of the levels of service. And really there's 3 levels. There's level 1, which is really, these are sort of the lowest level, or the most stable kind of response. This is really a welfare check. This is a low risk check. This is to teams that can go out and sort of address social needs. I would say that that this is very similar to what maybe a core team provides. That's sort of a familiar model I know across our county, really to help people navigate kind of those circumstantial needs that can lead to a crisis. In this kind of a response, it may be this team may have just a peer support specialist and somebody who has expertise in social needs and addressing social needs. The level 2 response is really becoming a little bit, this is less stable. This is much more urgent. This is a crisis that actually happening and need of further assessment. This will have a licensed clinician and or a substance abuse clinician, but this will have a clinical team member as well as a peer support specialist. And then a level 3 response is really a very serious emergency. And this is the possibility, this is where there's, some significant safety concerns. And this will be, again, that clinician, that peer support, but this will also have a co-response with law enforcement. Again, these are kind of the triage levels. The vast majority of the calls, we believe, are going to be level 1. We know, and frankly, as we get out there, as we intervene earlier, we really want to see the majority of our calls to be, we want to really connect with people when they're at level 1 or even before level 1. We know that by the time you get to level 3, again, this is, the options become a lot less for a therapeutic intervention at that point. As we look at the next slide, we just kind of want to show you where we are at this point. Again, this is really, I think, where we have a lot of work to do. And again, we know that it's not just somebody to talk to and somebody to respond, like a mobile team. There's a lot more to the model than just having teams, mobile units driving around the county. At the end of the day, once these teams get there, they need to have a place to refer people to. And so this place to go, what you see here is really the green dots are really the bricks and mortar sites of Contra Costa Health Services. These are where we have clinics or our behavioral health, actual buildings, right? And then the yellow sites are really our network providers, community-based organizations, and the different providers that we have. And really we are trying to work with deliberate speed on other additional facilities. There's a lack of shelter and ready access to treatment across our county. And we really are, our ultimate sort of aim is to have a drop-off center or regional drop-off centers. And again, I think, I think we know that we have enough demand that we envision regional sort of drop-off centers where people can be stabilized, they can get referred, they can, we may have some approximation of that by using some of our shelters for navigation sort of centers. There's a variety of things that we're exploring to look at. Not only can we redesign our own facilities, but also can we bring new facilities online? Are there new partners that we can, perhaps contract with or bring into our region? So all of those things we're looking at. Everything's on table, and any ideas other people have, we welcome those. I just wanted to give you at a glance on this next slide, just a couple of kind of where we are. At this point now, we are answering all of our calls in a minute or less at this point. We may have some outlier here and there, but on average, every call that comes into our call center now is answered in 1 minute or less. Most of the calls are averaging about 11 minutes. If we need to actually send a team out, it's about right now a 53-minute response time. And again, I think you saw that ramp up of the teams where we're now just jumped from 15 to 25 teams. So we expect that this response time to go down. I wanted to say a couple of things about the number of calls that are coming in. Right now, we're getting somewhere, and I don't have it on here, but we're getting on somewhere a ramp between 140 and 210 calls a week. And of those generate about 25 to 35 mobile visits. So that means about 17% of those calls that come into us actually generate a team getting in a car, and going out to the site. The other side of that means the vast majority of these calls, we actually can resolve or meet the need with a therapist on the phone. And so I think that's something that we underestimated, how much service we would be able to deliver telephonically. And I think that, again, as you know, just sort of the timing, we were designing this program in the middle of the pandemic. And I think what we've learned since then is how much we can do virtually, telephonically. We've got new tools that we acquired during the pandemic. We have new ways that we reach out to people. And so we really underestimated I think the ability of us to be able to deliver that initial care just even right away when we answer the phone and say hello. There's therapists that are right now probably on the phone delivering service as I'm giving this presentation. It's sort of phenomenal to think about. The other thing is, I just wanted to sort of say is, where are these calls coming from? Right now, just under 50% of the calls that we're getting, they're coming in from either law enforcement or family members. So that there's, law enforcement is a big referral for us. They're a big referring center, if you will. On our next slide, we kind of just go over where the calls geographically. This is just our GIS mapping of where they're coming from. And as you can see, the majority of our calls have come from Concord, followed by Richmond, San Pablo, and Antioch. So that is sort of, again, this is this map actually looks very similar to most of the maps that we have where we sort of work. We work in that northern band of the county. But actually, we're getting calls, as you see, from every city all over the county. And so it's been, again, I think we're sort of understanding more about where would we stage our teams, where can we expect the highest call volume. And again, we are taking these numbers, and as these numbers grow, we will be able to then move them into sort of a predictive modeling so that we will be able to sort of work with regions to have sort of regional, if you will, for lack of a better word. And I don't know what the term is we're going to use in the health, but sort of substations, if you will, where we kind of queue, like we queue ambulances. Again, we sort of will be queuing those teams. I'm going to hand off to Dr. Tavano here because now we're getting into the real stuff, the funding and all that. And I love to hand the hard stuff to her because she's really the one who's sort of been out there pulling this all together, working with all the legislators and following all the funding streams, which there are many, to really pull this together. And then, certainly when Dr. Tavano is done, we're happy to answer some questions, but without further ado, I'll hand over to our County Behavioral Health Director, Dr. Tavano.
Thank you, Director Roth, and hello, everyone, and it's good to be with you this evening, and I will try to go fairly quickly. I know you all have had a long evening, so I'll try to be to the point here. I would start out by saying that without Measure X, we would not have the A3 initiative. We never would have been able to bring this whole project to scale so that really anyone, anywhere, anytime could be served. But maybe I could just talk for a moment briefly about pre-Measure X and post-Measure X. So pre-Measure X, and those of you who encountered this in the past, we had a relatively small mobile crisis response program contracted with Seneca, really serving a small number of youth who were Medi-Cal beneficiaries, most likely involved in the foster care system. And we had a very small mobile response team for some adults receiving Medi-Cal benefits in some parts of the city. So they were very small, really homegrown kinds of projects, but the county needed something. So we really started there and then started looking for other funding. So this was really before the event of Measure X, which really changed everything around. But just prior to Measure X, again, we were really looking how we could start building out the system to be a bit more robust, modest but more robust. And we started applying for grants, basically. So we're very appreciative to Congressman DeSange. He supported 2 federal appropriation grants that we submitted for a total of about $2 million. And then also we applied for some state grants. So we had some seed money to start with, but we knew that if that was the only funding, they would continue to be relatively small programs and really only to serve some parts and some members of our community. So, that was the beginning of it. So the federal appropriations, $1 million to renovate a property to be a call center, $1 million to start building some teams. And then the state grants, again, was a mix of infrastructure. So meaning we could purchase some vehicles and hire some, but not many staff. So that's what we had going into it. We're so appreciative of Measure X because that's what makes this possible for really to bring it to full scale for the whole county and everyone in the county. And the first year of funding for 22-23 under Measure X was the one-time $5 million, and that was largely for infrastructure. So again, to really remodel and build out a campus located in Concord, which will be the home of the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center, and we'll have a lot of high-tech stuff going on there. Also, an care on demand outpatient clinic, and also the county's first peer respite center. So that's how we really started investing the $5 million of one-time funding. And then in July of this year, so a couple of months ago, the $20 million of ongoing funding started. And as you could tell from what Director Roth was just talking about, we were trying to build up the teams even in advance of July 1st. But we're really being able to move forward fully now with the ongoing $20 million. I would also say that the Center for Medicare and Medicaid acknowledged the need for a mobile crisis because it was previously not a benefit for people who had Medi-Cal benefits, but the state of California applied for different waivers, et cetera, and the state established a new statewide mandate that every county in California would have a mobile crisis program. And the majority of counties really need to implement by this December. Some of the small counties have an additional year. But what I would say about that is it's going to be wonderful to be able to claim Medi-Cal and bring more revenue into the county to support this. But if the funding were only restricted to that Medi-Cal funding, again, it would have kept the A3. It couldn't have been the A3 initiative because we couldn't have served anyone, anywhere, anytime. It just was not possible. So we're really continuing to braid funding, but Measure X is really the heart and backbone of it all. We are very close to submitting our implementation plan to the State Department of Healthcare Services, and we anticipate that by December we will be at 24/7 operation. So what we're working on now is the hiring of staff for the midnight to 8:30 a.m. shift, and then we'll be at 24 hours. So we can go to the next slide. And so in 2023, which is pretty much where we are now, as Director Roth was talking about, we're really finalizing a very high-level dispatch process in conjunction and collaboration with ConFire and the different police departments around the county. We will be opening a youth crisis stabilization unit, which is the first one in the county. We're anticipating that it will open in November so that youth will no longer go to psychiatric emergency services. So psychiatric emergency services, PES, will be strictly for adults, and then youth will access the new freestanding crisis stabilization unit that's still on hospital grounds, but not inside of the hospital. And as Director Roth was talking about, we've been very focused on increasing the number of our teams so that we have the full 7-day, 24-hour coverage, and we're getting very close to that. I know earlier in tonight's meeting, POST was mentioned, and POST is Peace Officer Standards and Training. And so we have been working with police chiefs around the county as well as the sheriff's department in building in more focus on behavioral health issues and how to best respond to behavioral health crises out in the community. And then in addition, we're working with the police chiefs and also the sheriff's office in developing training videos. They'll be short, but will be a series of videos that will be easy to watch, which will again really reinforce the importance of responding appropriately to a behavioral health crisis in the community and how to do that. So for 2024, again, we will be at 24/7 coverage. And as Director Roth was talking about, a crisis in the way we're talking about in terms of people calling in and providing telephonic support to de-escalate crisis whenever possible, but then also being able to dispatch the mobile teams when needed. is really a moment in time. And so how do we really build out the services really from the beginning of prevention, and what do we do to help prevent or minimize crises? And then the crisis occurs in the moment. And what do you do? Where do people go? I think we all know that if people are in very acute distress and require involuntary treatment, people talk about 5150 holes. That's what that's all about. And people who are in need of that level of care go to psychiatric emergency services at Contra Costa Regional Medical Center. If they're youth, next month they'll start going to the Youth Crisis Stabilization Unit. But there are many other needs, and how do we start building out the capacity that's short of involuntary locked care? And that's where we're really focusing now. And again, looking for grants to build buildings and build out the whole system. Would also say that our partner Seneca, our contracted partner Seneca, is continuing to provide the mobile crisis services to youth, but we'll be building that out more. And they are part of the A3 initiative. When the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center is done, their call takers will also be at that same call center. So there could be more integration and cross availability of staff. And then again, as Director Roth mentioned, we are partnering with UC Berkeley to conduct both a quantitative and a qualitative study of all of our work and all of the different moving parts. Some of you may be contacted by them for to be interviewed, etc. So that's really where we are. In terms of current thinking, would add in terms of building out what our facilities are to really help people once the very, very acute crisis is over. We're partnering with the city of San Pablo, and we'll be establishing one or possibly two therapeutic residential facilities there. And then we'll be looking to see where else we might be able to partner with cities to build out more resources. And again, as Director Roth mentioned, where can people go that might be more of a multi-service site where they perhaps are in the community, there's a mobile crisis response or even a telephonic response, but someone needs more than that in the moment, but does not need to go to PES for involuntary treatment, but can voluntarily go and receive what they need. And so that might be care up to 24 hours, and then make available the next level of care if they need a bit more voluntary treatment in terms of a crisis residential program, et cetera. So how do we just keep identifying all the points along the continuum of care that we either don't have enough of now or we do not have at all, so that we really have a robust system starting with prevention and then really goes all the way through to the highest levels of care, but building out that midsection that we really are under resourced right now. And those are programs like crisis residential programs, transitional residential programs, more drop-in centers, et cetera. So I will stop there. I know that I'm often asked about housing and what is behavioral health doing about helping people with housing options. And so what I would say just briefly is we're currently investing about $30 million ongoing in a variety of therapeutic residential settings out in the community. And then also we made one-time investments of about $31 million under the No Place Like Home initiative. So we're really, again, looking for how we could build the system we need. We know that Measure X is absolutely essential to the A3. But that we also have to identify other funding sources for some of the other programs we need to really build out the whole robust system. So I will stop there unless Director Roth, did I miss anything that you'd like me to?
I just had one more comment, sort of on the last slide. I just wanted to call out, I wanted to express acknowledge and express appreciation to Shasa Pearl, the city manager, and LaShonda White in the next slide, sort of the end slide, and just say that the city managers have and the Public Managers Association that have been such amazing partners, as well as the law enforcement, the dispatchers, the fire. It's been such a great collaborative process. And it wasn't us, it was actually the public managers who actually were really had so much confidence and felt so good about this process. They actually submitted it for recognition, and it did actually get the 2022 League of California Cities Helen Putnam Award. So I just wanted to acknowledge the city managers for that and thank them for really their partnership, but also leadership. And I want to say that LaShonda LaShonda's been at all of our meetings. She's just been an amazing partner. But Shasta has released her to do that, and also joined us too. So I do want to say this: I've worked at the county since 1993, and for me, this has been one of the most collaborative projects and efforts that I've ever been engaged in. And I do want to also just acknowledge the community, the people who live in Contra Costa County who really showed up to the design sessions. I mean, these were long hours in the middle of a pandemic. I mean, we did it Zoom, and just clear alignment from people who are experiencing behavioral health issues, from their loved ones, advocates. I just wanted to acknowledge that and say that we have a lot of work to do ahead, but we have accomplished so much thus far. I have never been as inspired as I've been from this particular effort. And I say that knowing, how much work is ahead, but I do have a lot of confidence because of the collaboration that has been consistent from the beginning. And so as we provide this sort of report to you today, we hope that as we go forward, we can come to you and we can think as partners on how we can really build out this place to go. But also, as you see, this is a very nascent project. So we are still we consider ourselves, even though we launched a year ago, we're still in launch. So we really need to get feedback and continue to improve. And we have found a great partnership with the city. So I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you for having us tonight.
Thank you so much. It's time for council questions. Councilmember Robinson.
So thank you so much for sharing all of this updates and information. It's such a huge need to have infrastructure for behavioral health services in our county, in our city. And I'm really excited to hear that all of this is coming. I struggled so much just even I had a mother of twins, so I had 2 teenagers at once. And at certain times they really did need support and there wasn't anything there for them. So thinking about this and thinking about you kind of plotting a pathway of building out these behavioral health services, you talked about prevention. And I wondered if you're currently thinking about or future planning to collaborate more with the schools and maybe connect what you're doing with A3 in the schools.
Yeah, thank you. I can respond a little bit to that. So our contracted partner, Seneca, does go into the schools to provide crisis services when they're called. So that is going on to some extent already. I think that increasingly we're hearing from schools. I would also say I don't think we don't brand ourselves very much, and actually we're behavioral health is really through partnering with community-based organizations and contracting with them. I think we're in about 70 schools throughout the county at this point, so we're very, very invested in that partnership with schools. We're also the fiscal intermediary for a large grant that the County Office of Education applied for in collaboration with us, really to build out mental health services and interventions in identified schools within the County Office of Education purview.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you for
Yeah.
that question.
Yeah, I do feel like I know that there's kind of disparate programs and pop-up kind of things and people who visit sites, but I wonder if there's a way to provide services in a more regular way that connects all these systems together. It's just a comment. And then, I also just, my only other kind of question is, can you speak a little bit about the kinds of calls you do not respond to besides obviously the violent kind of crime calls that a police officer would deal with? Can you speak to
Sure.
the things that because to my mind, things like neighbor disputes or trespassing calls or things like that. Can you just kind of give us a short list of the things that A3 is just not responding to or is not going to ever respond to?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And by the way, the number is 844-844-5544. So I feel like I should have a little flashing sign about that. So it really depends on where the calls are coming from. Calls that are going through 911, there's already some level of screening that goes on there, and we have some mutually agreed upon parameters. So if there is a crime in process, we won't respond then. We also know that there are certain instances involving domestic violence, and that's more for law enforcement initially too. If there are known weapons, so those are sort of the broad strokes for when we wouldn't respond or we would not respond on our own. And as was discussed before, we're really moving to having not so much 3 levels of teams, but 3 levels of intervention. And that last one, the level 3 level, is the most intensive. And that's when there is a very acute crisis and there is some potential risk. And that's when there would be a co-response with law enforcement. But what we're finding is as different police departments are getting more comfortable with us and the work that we're doing, they're starting to refer more calls to us for an independent response than previously, which is good, which is what we want to do. But in those situations where there's potential risk to either the person involved or the staff, et cetera, then we are doing co-response in those
Yeah.
situations.
So maybe it just,
I would also
can I ask a little bit more of a pointed question? I'm trying to understand, like, it's hard to know, I think, from a phone call if you have a behavioral health call, right?
Yeah.
And so, I'm wondering for those low-level calls, how do you, like, if somebody calls in because they believe they're being harassed by their neighbor, their neighbor is throwing dead rats in their yard, is that something that you would respond to?
So I would say it would depend on the bigger picture and what other information we're able to collect. But what we're finding now with the number of calls is there's a significant number of calls where people are just becoming aware of that number, the 844 number that I just mentioned, and it's out there. And so a number of people are calling in really asking where can I go for this, that, the other thing, how can I get assistance I need. They're not really in crisis, and so those calls we are responding to, but we're not considering them crisis intervention calls. And then of the calls that we get, um, as those numbers that Director Roth was going over, a very significant number of the calls, there is some level of crisis going on, but the telephonic intervention really is sufficient to resolve that level of crisis in the moment, but then connect people to what they will need outside of that telephone call. So when you keep looking at the numbers and then how many calls actually result in a mobile response, the numbers start getting smaller and smaller. So there are people calling in just general questions about how to navigate the system, et cetera, those are pretty much, they're responded to, but they're not considered a crisis call. The telephonic interventions do amount to crisis intervention. It's just not there on site. So that's kind of the system that we go through, and it's really talking to people to understand what's going on. And as you could tell from one of the previous slides, the majority of calls are coming from combined family members and law enforcement. So we're really going by the reports of the people that are calling into us. And we have gotten some of those requests to intervene in disagreements between neighbors. Again, it would really depend on what those disagreements are about and the people that are involved in them. So we wouldn't just automatically be involved in all of those, but it is possible we could respond to some of them.
And would it be okay if I just added to that, Dr. Tavano? This is, I think, again, where the work that's been going on with the dispatch, with those 911 dispatch centers and our call center has been so critical, because we know that the 911 dispatchers have, decades, generations of sort of dealing with assessing these kind of disputes among neighbors, somebody throwing rat, and we trust them too. I mean, we know that they understand, and law enforcement has been out there the whole time. And so they have the ability to talk to each other and say, we have this going on now, and if there's any doubt that there's a safety issue, then we would not necessarily be the first responder, but it doesn't mean we won't respond. But I think, again, we have just total respect for the police dispatchers that really are very refined assessors, and they actually know, I think, with pretty high accuracy, with what are behavioral health calls. As a matter of fact, like they know what they would need a mental health team for. And then, when they're referring to us, then our therapist can, decide, is this, do we need to send a mobile team? Can we do this by phone? But I think those dispatch, the call center, our call center staff working with the dispatch staff, they do a fairly good job at sorting, and I think they're just going to get better with time. But I think that the law enforcement dispatchers are very expertise at this, at sort of figuring out when you really need to send the law enforcement, and when I think, this doesn't seem like a law enforcement issue. I think there's a lot of assessment ability in those dispatch centers already that we're actually leveraging, and we have a lot of faith in. The thing that they've never had is this other option, and now they do. And I think, as we start to work across between each other, and, can the call center and the dispatch center sort of work collaboratively, they'll become more refined with time. But that is what that agreed upon procedure that's sitting with the police chiefs and the fire chiefs right now. They're actually looking at very specifically the workflow, if you will, for the dispatching, which is really, what kind of team do we send out? Whose call is this? And I think that's what you were asking. And I think, again, that will probably get, more refined with time, but I think initially we really will be erring on the side of safety.
And I think, to add to that, there are already a number
Excuse
of
me?
instances.
Excuse
I'm
me, I hate to interrupt you, but we still have two council members who need to speak, and we still have public comment, and we have 30 seconds before this meeting is over unless we extend. So do I have a motion to extend the meeting?
I make a motion until we finish this.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion to extend the meeting until this item is finished by Cepeda, and a second by Councilmember Bana. Shall we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Now we can continue. Go ahead. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
Oh, no, thank you very much. I was going to say, because also, what is already occurring is, if there's some thought of a potentially dangerous situation, it's the law enforcement will go in and assess the situation and then say all clear and we can go in, or they might stand back and we go in, but they're there available for backup. So I think that's all the learning that's going on. And I've had one police department say that initially they were very hesitant to have us involved because they didn't know if we were going to pose, create a situation where either we might get hurt or they might get hurt as a result, but they're seeing the benefit of it now. So the trust is really building. So I think we're being increasingly effective and increasingly being able to either respond without law enforcement or when it's necessary, it's really a partnership.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I have especially at this time of the night, I mean, thank you for your patience. I have a set of quick questions, but before I go to my question, I just wanted to let you know that like the city of Antioch, the city of Richmond has voted to have its own community crisis response program. So some of the questions are about your program, some about, perhaps learning about how we should do our program. So what is the training and qualification of the teams?
We have multidisciplinary teams comprised of licensed clinicians, community support workers who are peer providers. They've gone through intensive training. They come with their own lived experience, and also substance use counselors. We're going to be adding very soon some RNs and possibly some other classifications of people to really build out a robust multidisciplinary team. So that's how we're moving forward.
How many people are in each team?
So at least two, and there might be three, depending on what the situation is. So for the lower level, let's call them the level 1 interventions, we do not need to have licensed clinicians participate in those. For the level 2 and level 3 intensity, we'll have a licensed clinician as part of the team. And then either peer providers and or substance use counselors, because we know that many crises that are occurring out in the community are not just mental health or not just substance use related, but oftentimes is an interaction of the two, so that we have the expertise coming from different perspectives.
Thank you. Could you provide some examples of level 1?
People that are out, an unsheltered person, and they're not really doing well, and they're calling saying that they feel like their crisis is, they're approaching crisis because of their housing situation. That would be a level 1 response, that the person is experiencing some level of crisis, but there's an intervention that doesn't necessarily mean a mental health or a substance use intervention, but assisting them in what is needed and then adding those supportive services as well. And I think to your question also, we would never have a single person go out and respond in the community. So there's always a minimum of 2 people.
Thank you. And they must be working closely with the police department in different cities, right?
So we've been working closely with the 19 police chiefs, so the police chiefs for each city, and then also the sheriff's office.
Okay. And could you provide some examples of level 0 service where you would deny service basically? Because I think one of the incentives for the city of Richmond to have its own community crisis program is that many of the calls are rejected or denied service by the county.
Thank you for that feedback. It will be interesting to see as we increase the number of staff and the number of teams and have more capacity to actually do a community response, if that might shift a bit or not. But again, many situations are resolved by the telephonic intervention and do not necessarily require a mobile crisis visit. But I would be interested in learning more about people who perhaps have called and have been told they can't receive whatever service they're requesting, so we can just better understand that.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have that data. I heard about it, but I hope the information would be relayed to you. So in the future, would there be a possibility for the city of Richmond, hypothetically, to provide the budget to you and you increase the level of service instead of us having our own service? Because we cannot compete in terms of the budget and expertise with you. You have $20 million from Measure X and Medi-Cal and licensed clinicians.
So we want to be supportive of every city that wants to start their own initiative. As you mentioned, the city of Antioch did, and San Ramon Valley Fire District has their initiative going. And LaShonda's been really good about talking about the thinking that's going on in the city of Richmond as well. So we are not discouraging anybody. We want to partner and really over time bring it together in a very integrated way. And so to your question, I think you're asking if there were some additional funding, if there could be teams very specific to the city of Richmond, perhaps, is what you're asking?
Yes. Yeah,
Can I take a
possibly.
shot at answering that, Suzanne?
Of course.
I would just say it's a great question, and I don't think we have the answer to that question yet. But I will say this: we do have models for that. We have precedent for that. So we have cities that have purchased MET teams. You know, they have paid in to have a MET team, a mental health co coupled with their law enforcement. We do have cities that have purchased core teams. Even though we have countywide, we have some countywide core. We also have cities that have said we want more core. And so we've been focused on building the single model. And we've really also built that model in a way that hopefully doesn't interfere with what you're doing. And I think we do anticipate some of the cities deciding that they want to figure out how maybe they can, if they want more than what the county has, but they kind of want to use what the county has. We anticipate there may be a time where there's a subgroup of cities that would like to think about some other kind of cost sharing, and we're open to it, but we don't have the answer to it yet. And certainly we don't want to be presumptuous, because what we're doing right now is trying to make sure our A3 model is working alongside your models, yours and the models that Dr. Tavano just cited, in San Ramon and in Antioch. And, we're open to anything though, because we think together is the best way to go. And we are here to support whatever the city of Richmond really sees as their vision for addressing the issues that you're facing in your neighborhoods.
Thank you. So I wish you had some data for the city of Richmond. I didn't see any. And I wonder if the teams are spread throughout the county, or are they all in Martinez? How does it work?
Yeah, we do actually have, it's on slide 11, and it's just super small numbers. I apologize for that, but the city of Richmond, when we looked at the calls again in calendar year 2022, there was 286 calls coming out of the city of Richmond. And again, that was sort of in our launch year, so I would anticipate the calls might be higher in 2023. But again, it's on slide 11. It's super tiny. It's super tiny font, so I apologize for that.
So the number of calls. Sorry, go ahead.
It's sort of in there. I don't know if you can see those numbers, but again, this is sort of where the calls originated from. And if you can look if you see on the map, there are little numbers there, and Richmond had 280.
Okay. Yeah, now I'm seeing the numbers. Thank you. It's okay. But what number did people call to access the service?
Yeah, so that was the other part of it. We used to have a 10-digit number that none of us could remember, and then we got the new number of the 844-844-5544, and we've really been putting that out into the community, and so that's where calls are coming in for the large part of that. But again, we're getting many calls transferred from 911 over to the call center, and again, how many calls we'll be able to report on when we're fully staffed and are 24/7 the numbers will go up because again, from midnight until 8:30 a.m., we're going to be staffing that by December, but we're not catching those calls that come in the middle of the night, et cetera. So building up that, the Miles Law Crisis Call Center was really pivotal to have enough people to answer the phones when the calls come in.
Thank you. And this service, did it cause you to hire more dispatch people, more dispatchers, or it just reduced the load of the police officers, same number of calls?
We are in fact making some investments in the county dispatch. So we are in fact investing in some dispatch. The call center staff are all, those are clinical staff. They work for, clinical or peer support staff. So the call center staff are not exactly the same as the dispatchers, but they're all part of the kind of dispatching process. But we are in fact hiring in both sides, the dispatch process as well as the call center.
Okay. And one of my greatest fears is the liability issues with such service. How do you get around it to make sure that you do not endanger the lives of people that you're sending to the street, the teams?
And that's where we really depend on the triaging that's going on. If calls go into 911 and then the triaging that we're doing. And again, if we think it's going to be okay to do an independent response, but we're not 100% sure, we will let law enforcement in that district know that we're going to be there and responding so that if we need assistance, they're aware of our presence.
I think the other thing that we do around liability and safety is really around the communication, around stressing that our system is working alongside the emergency system, not in lieu of. So we are not a alternate response to a police response, but we are in fact we are another option. We are a behavioral health response. But I think that we are not, we are not the kind of an alternative to law enforcement response. We're in fact a whole different response. And I think that has been, I think, a struggle for some communities to understand, what does this behavioral health crisis, what is it? Is this a new thing that we can replace law enforcement and just send them out to everything? I think that it was a good question, like about the throwing of the rats from the neighbors, and we aren't law enforcement, we are behavioral health intervention. And I think, again, I think we're learning as a nation really how to fully appropriately use a behavioral health response. And I think there's some hesitance around it because I think people don't exactly know when is it behavioral health and when is it law enforcement, and how come behavioral health can't go to all of those other calls, and why can't we just take police entirely out of it? And I think I think, again, what, to the credit of our community, we've worked really hard on collaborating and tackling those questions with each other. And I think these kind of countywide procedures that we're putting together are all designed to mitigate and reduce, safety events as to make those never events. So I think it's a good question, and I think it's something that we all think very carefully about as we introduce any new workflow.
Thank you. And my last question is, how do they communicate with the police if they need backup or they feel like they're endangered? How is the relationship? Do they have a special line to access the police, or do they call 911 themselves? How does it go?
It's really a variety of, as you know, there are 19 different police departments, and so there's not just one number, although the 911 is a central point, and that's part of what we're continuing to work on. In terms of the interaction and the communication and the dispatching, but also we've been building relationships with the individual police departments. And so sometimes we'll just call them very directly and ask that they can partner with us in a variety of ways.
Thank
I
you.
think the
Thank you
other
very
thing
much.
I would just say about the police is when those teams are out there, one of the reasons why we actually partnered with Con Fire and, you know, the seasoned dispatchers in Con Fire is that as those teams are out in the community, they are connected directly to a dispatch center. And that dispatch center has immediate sort of non-impeded access to any 911 center around the county. So every car will have a dispatch center monitoring them sort of when they're out and about. And dispatch is a very serious business. And they are that safety net for the teams as they're out there. In addition to, you know, the officers and the other emergency responders that are out in the field, there's always a dispatch connection for any live team that's out on the street.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and it's exciting to see how this is going 24/7. I have my own experience that I will talk about it in a little bit with the A3, but first I will ask some questions. So you mentioned that in 2022, Richmond had like 286 calls. Are these were all responded by A3?
Those were all the calls that came into the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center from the city of Richmond.
And how many of these were responded and how many of these were not responded?
So all of the calls would have been answered, and then there would be the process of determining whether or not the situation could be addressed by the telephonic intervention. And what we're finding is about 25% of the calls result in a mobile visit.
A mobile visit. How many of them were level 1, were level 2, or were level 3?
That is a wonderful question, and we're just now at the point where we're being able to collect that discrete data.
Okay. So tell me a little more about like what happens now if somebody calls 911 or the Richmond Police Department's non-emergency and dispatch determines A3 should be respond. What happened?
So they contact us directly, let us know what the situation is, the location, etc., and then we determine what level of team and what the team should be comprised of. And again, there's the decision process that goes on if it's going to be a co-response or if in fact the law enforcement will just be on standby, but it's an independent response. And it really is talking with the person and then whoever their support people are that are there, part of the process as well. Again, the intent is to de-escalate the situation and not require hospitalization. So the visits can be long. We will stay as long as we need to stay to adequately address the crisis. And if it's determined during that process that the person really needs emergency psychiatric care, then we would initiate an involuntary hold, or if they're voluntary, arrange for the voluntary transportation. Oftentimes, though, an involuntary hold is involved, and then we would contact and EMS and ambulances, the transport to psychiatric emergency service, where they would be evaluated. Hopefully, the crisis would be further stabilized there, and then they could go back to the community and we get them connected to the community resources, or the determination might be made that they actually need some period of stabilization in a psychiatric hospital, and so that arrangement would be made. So there are a lot of different pathways, and again, what we're really focusing on is building up all the alternatives. So if a person really does not need to be in a psychiatric hospital, that we have those levels of care available in the community where they would be able to continue to stabilize and resolve the crisis without going into a hospital setting.
Okay. I have my own experience. My neighbor across the street, there was an RV, and the person, we don't know who was inside the RV, but he was honking so hard that make almost the whole block like disturb, and some folks, some of the neighbors were kind of like yelling and say like, why you don't stop honking? So my husband and I decided to call 83. And our experience was quite surprising. First of all, when we called, the dispatch said that they were not going to send anybody to Richmond. And then it will be it will take more time because they were in Martinez. Then we continue, and it seems that the dispatcher wasn't quite trained enough to know if this will be a call that A3 could answer. Basically, they say no. This is not a type of calls that they will answer. But we insist, and then finally they connect us with somebody there that I think like was a mental health provider. And we have it was kind of like an argument, because basically that person said that a person honking wasn't part of having a mental health distress. And so we got so frustrated, we say, okay, fine, and we hung up. Then the person called me back because he knew that I was the Richmond City Council. He called me back and said, oh, I'm sorry, we deal with that, and the way that we deal is that we call RPD. And it was ironic for me that the whole idea of I was calling 83 because I thought we didn't need a police response to that situation. We needed other situation like the 83. And that was one of the situations that it really makes us realize the importance of having the city of Richmond having the community crisis response program to add more to what A3 is doing, because there will be situations like this that are going to be in need of some kind of response. And I think like having people in our community that are in Richmond, that Richmond knows the operation, Richmond has a control over, is not the county, will be also important for us.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had that experience, council member. That I really am very sorry that happened to you. And again, I don't know when that call occurred. Was that recent or a little bit ago?
No, it was recent, and
Yeah.
it was recent. It was just like, a few months ago, and it was kind of like midnight, something like that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. And if it occurred about midnight, I think I'm aware of that call occurring, because they would have been still answering the phone, but not going out on a new visit at that point. And getting that midnight to 8 a.m. coverage is really important, and we're just about there. So hopefully it would help. And there are those situations where someone will call us describing that kind of event, but we have some knowledge of the person involved, and we know that probably it is related to a behavioral health crisis. So in that case, our response would be different than perhaps what you experienced, but I'll certainly give the feedback to the team. And again, it's what is a crisis and what isn't. And sometimes it's not, it's disruptive behavior in the community, but it's not necessarily a crisis. In that situation, it could have been either.
Yeah, and this is why having a community crisis response in Richmond, and we are advocating for that, is that they might be some situations where we will have to, it will be important for us to have a response. And adding, as the Mayor Martinez was saying, is like the importance of also us collaborating with you and have our own, is that we will add to the need that is increasing, and we can have also a response to support our community. So I want to ask you another question, and it's in terms of budget. How much is A3 paying to its staff? Like, how much peer support gets paid per year and a mental health provider?
Oh, the salary ranges for each, I couldn't tell you just spontaneously, but we could certainly provide our classification descriptions and what the salary range is, so we could get those to you.
Okay, that will be great. And is what is the rotation like? Is people hiring staying, or they are quitting, or like how what are the challenges you are facing in hiring and retention?
Yeah, thank you. The challenge has been, we're part of a national challenge with workforce shortage in the behavioral health field. So and that has contributed to how long it has taken us to fully staff all of the teams, quite honestly. And I think anyone that you speak to will say that it's very challenging to hire people in the behavioral health field right now. I think we're fortunate because of, for a couple of reasons. We, for years, have had a very robust training program for community support workers. You've probably heard of it. It's the Spirit program. So we have highly trained folks. I am so sorry. My battery is dying. I just got a little notice. I'm going to have to step away, and maybe Director Roth could step in for me for a minute while I get a charger.
Of course.
Sorry about that.
I think Dr. Tavano was saying we do have, I think one of the things that we have going for us, which isn't much in the workforce, I would just say it's there's a national shortage. It's very difficult to recruit. And I think even more difficult to recruit community specific. So I think I do hear you about sort of, we want, the desire to have, sort of your own service with your own employees that are from your own community. And actually, one of the things we are also trying to do with A3 is hire from Contra Costa communities. And even, ultimately, if we could really do it, if we had the enough staff to really start to match, community members, team members to the communities they hail from. I mean, we really would love to be able to do that. We are not, that is not an option for us right now. We're really at this point, we're just trying to get staff up. And I would say our staff are really coming from both our own service as well as from Contra Costa County, but ultimately we would have sort of stable teams embedded in, certain communities, almost like a, I don't want to use the term like beat structure, but like a regular assignment, so they could, get to know the community and get to know people in those communities, those sorts of things. We know that that's important. And again, we're sort of in buildup now, but I think the ultimate vision is to have sort of stable teams that become part of that community and have longer term relationships with the community, so they can and again, not in any way to mitigate or to discourage you from having your own teams, because we're very supportive of that as well. But I do agree with you that the people who are from those communities understand if somebody's outside honking the RV horn, they may have a much better understanding of what that really means, and when to go in, when to not, if they're from that community. And so we recognize the importance of sort of local support. And I think, Dr. Tavano has been working really hard at trying to have the workforce come from our local communities. So I really do think, and do acknowledge and think you're very and have a lot of it resonates a lot with me that you do see a Richmond response from Richmond teams. And I think again, our ultimate goal would be again to have stable teams that kind of develop a relationship with a region. We're not there yet because at this point we're still in build mode. But that is sort of that's the intention of where we would get when this model is in its fullest form.
Thank you. We need to extend the meeting again because we've reached our limits. So do I have a motion to suspend?
I'll move that we suspend the rules and extend the meeting until we finish comments from the council and the public.
I second it.
May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Banna,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. So I would like to, before I call on council members, I'd like to call on the public since they've been waiting for a long time. Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have one in-person public speaker, Jamin Purcell.
Do I need to press a button?
No, go ahead.
I'm going to be very brief because it's the late hour. I'd like to point out that there's many differences between what is being provided here from what the CCRP is, and I'm excited that there is going to be an expansion of mental health services within this area, and as well to see how it is going to work with the community crisis response that we will be implementing. There's a lot of differences about how they're going to be responding and how they're going to be covering things. And so I look forward to the continued improvement for our area of providing services for people and helping us resolve our community issues in a way that is building up the community and not criminalizing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasora, can you please call the Zoom speakers?
Yes, I have Jesse Teron and Lisa Johnson. Jesse Teron, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi. So I have a couple of questions, and they're observations. And like, I'm a member of the unhoused community, and it seems like every other day I get calls of people calling me in tears, sobbing, feeling like they're going to commit suicide because they're doing everything right. They're doing everything they're supposed to do, and they still aren't able to get housing, even though they're following all of the instructions. Some of these people are mothers with children living in their cars. And their response to the stress is not crazy. It's not, I mean, it's reasonable. It's how anyone would respond if they were in that position. And if there's no resources to help them with, how do you help them? Because if you could help them, then why does it have to get to this critical point anyway? And my second question is that, as you mentioned before, there's a lot of crossover with substance abuse issues. And it's very hard for homeless people to get prescribed Suboxone when there's opiate addiction. And yet Suboxone works better than anything to treat opiate addiction. There's another medication, naloxone or something for alcohol addiction, and that's hardly ever prescribed. And that works better than anything. And so I'm wondering if there is some way for you to work with the medical providers here in Richmond to try to encourage that, more of medical interventions to help discourage addictions.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, council members and the people from the county. I really want to thank the presenters, Director Roth and Dr. Tavano, this evening and commend them on their efforts to date addressing behavioral and mental health needs in our community. With the goal of trying to guide Richmond's efforts, I'm hoping the county can start drilling down on the data sets further. And based on the numbers that were provided in the agenda report attached for the public, could the presenters please clarify some of the following? How many of the 998 calls from July 1 to September 5th over 67 days were from Richmond? Of those calls, 26% or 262 were determined to be a mental health crisis. How many of those were in Richmond? Of those 262 calls, 181 resulted in a field visit. Again, how many were in Richmond versus the rest of the county? What was the tiered status level response of those 181 visits calls? In particular, trying to understand the need for police assistance. If you look at the current calls per day between 8 a.m. and midnight currently, if I captured your hours correctly, that comes to over 262 calls over 67 days, about 4 calls per day, and field visits of 2.7 per day. It would be informative if we could see a bell chart showing what the median response is per day, as well as the range over those 67 days. And now that you have 25 teams and are building up to 34, how many of those teams are currently in service per shift? How many hours per shift? And what does the county see as the true need for field response teams based on an average of 2.7 per day? Again, that's for 2/3 of the day. And how many do you need for telephonic help? And this is going to really help enable Richmond understand their program. And I
Your
hope
time has expired. Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Thank you. So we'll turn back to council. It's Council Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll cut it very short. I think I've heard some of my colleagues and even some of the individuals on the phone. We would love to have a little bit more data. And I don't know if you're able to share some of that, not tonight, but maybe over an email, helping break down the type of calls, which tier, which number they're coming in from, 988, 911, the other one that I haven't memorized yet. But I think we would all love to see more data so that we can better have more questions, and also as we're also creating our program, that we can maybe mirror it or learn from what you guys have already done. And also my other is hoping that we can get a commitment of continuing to partner as we're creating ours, and ours is getting off the ground. You guys have a lot more knowledge already, but hopefully we can continue that great partnership and as you work with Ashanda as well. And then again, just more breakdown of all the data, even on slide 10, the law enforcement calls, 48.8%. We'll love to see which calls came in from family, which ones from law enforcement. And we'll also like to know, when will your new data be available? I know you gave us data for some for last year. When are you getting new sets of data points? And what is your outreach and marketing to the rest of the community so that everyone knows when and how to use your services? That one will be very important. It sounds like Richmond has, if I saw in the map, the 3rd highest calls in the county. We'll love to be able to increase that, especially if people are needing that help. So lots of questions, but overall data, any more data that you can share, I would appreciate it.
Can I just speak to that just for just a moment to just let you know what we're working on? So I really appreciate both the callers' comments and Councilmember, your requests on data. one of the things we are working on, because we're getting so we're getting so many so much interest, we are creating a public dashboard. That will take a little bit of time, and you know, we have some background in doing public dashboards. We did it for COVID, but there's a lot of validation that goes into it. But that's already underway. I don't have an exact date when that's coming, but I would say probably within 2 months, all of the data, we are going to liberate as much of the data as we can. Obviously, no personal health information. It will be, you know, de-identified data. But I think those things that you're looking for, you know, volumes, where they're coming from, that kind of stuff, I think you will be seeing that. Both we can bring that back to you and send it to you, but we're also going to be publishing that on our public website. I would say, you know, sometime this fall, where there's a extensive validation. The other thing is there's extensive review to make sure that there can't be any, you know, that it's de-identified, which I think we have some pretty good history on this now, because we learned how to do that with COVID. So we are going to be making a lot of this data much more visible, with graphs and charts, and also with you having the ability to go in and stratify it yourself. We'll be doing as much of that. We're working to make this as visible as possible. We feel we owe that to the community, and we want you and other communities even across the country to be able to look at what we're doing, because we know when we all started looking at it, we didn't have any data to go to either. So we feel an ethical and, you know, responsibility to liberate the data as soon as possible. So we are working on that. And we can give you what we have now, which will be sort of more like we can send you a report, but we will be making data sets available, I think publicly, very, you know, fairly soon, relatively soon.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the presenters. Really well done. I really appreciate all the work you're doing. And I want to make a few comments here. I'll make them quick. First of all, I believe that real transformative change happens at the grassroots level. That's why I think the city's CCRP program is so important. It's for, with, and by the Richmond community. Now, I really appreciate that the representatives from the county are saying that they're not wanting to displace that, so that's really good to hear. Because the need for behavioral health response is really enormous, and we can't have enough support for this kind of response. CCRP, the program we're developing, will really be an empowering entity. And yes, we'll want to cooperate and collaborate with the county, but like I said, working from the local level has certain advantages, and it's kind of like our unhoused population. We work with the county because the county provides unhoused services, but we also do our own work with the unhoused population. And that allows us to get to know people and do the follow-up. That's so important in really making the kind of change that is needed. So I just wanted to put that out there. Again, I thank the representatives for their work, and I'm sure there's ways that we can collaborate as we do on other things. I mean, shoreline, crisis response, unhoused, but to really get that change the way we want it, the way we need it, I believe we need our own program. So thank you for being on board with that, to the county representatives, and thank you for your program as well.
Councilmember Robinson? No? Okay, well then, that ends all comment. So that takes us to the last item, which is adjournment. And I would like to adjourn in memory of Kabir Kapoor. Today is his first birthday after his passing. So he was a very much loved member of the community. So with that in mind, we're done for the night.